Recording in progress.
Good evening. The VTA Board of Directors regular meeting of Thursday, August 7th, 2025 is called to order. A few safety reminders. Please identify your nearest exit. For everyone's safety, please do not block the exit doors. The nearest AED is by the public table in the back. The restrooms are outside the double doors adjacent to the reception area. In the unlikely event that we need to evacuate, our assembly area is in the plaza outside of the building's double doors as shown on the screen. The address of our meeting location is also on the screen. Welcome to the members of the public joining us tonight. If you would like to address the board, you're encouraged to complete a blue speaker card, which is at the public information table at the back. Please submit the completed card to staff before the item is heard. Virtual attendees can use the raise hand function on Zoom or press *9 if they're dialing in. And we'll follow our usual practice of inviting those who attend in person to speak first, followed by those on Zoom. Elaine, could you please call the roll?
Thank you, Chair. Abekoga. Here. Present. Arenas.
Here.
Present. Alternate Member Bozo. Absent. Burt.
Here.
Present. Candelas.
Here.
Cohen.
Here.
Young. Present. Foley.
Here.
Jane.
Here.
Kamei.
Here.
McAllister. Absent. Montano. Present. Moore. Absent. Mulcahy. Mulcahy present. Sell.
Here.
Turner.
Here.
Weinberg.
Here.
Vice Chair Mahan.
Here.
Present. Chairperson Lopez.
Here.
We have a quorum, Chair.
Thank you. Moving on to 1.2, orders of the day. I just want to note for the record that our agenda was revised to update closed session item 2.1B, consent agenda item 7.1, and regular agenda 8.2. Are there any other changes from colleagues? And I see no changes from staff. Could I get a motion and a second to approve the orders of the day? Okay. Okay, I'm told we don't need to make any changes. So next up, we have item number 2, closed session. We're trying, and I'll have more to say about this when we reconvene for open session and my chair report, but we are trying a new approach tonight to make our meetings more streamlined and efficient. So we'll begin starting the practice of doing our closed session first. We will schedule 1 hour. If we haven't finished closed session items listed on the screen by 6:30 p.m., we always retain the option of continuing the discussion later in the meeting under other items. Are there any members of the public who would like to address the board on the closed session items? Okay.
I do have one chairperson.
Yes. Go ahead.
Marilyn, go ahead and accept the unmute and begin speaking when ready.
Hi, I'm here to speak about an item on your public session.
We'll come back for public session at 6:30, and we'll give folks an opportunity to speak then. This is for closed session items. Is there anyone else wishing to speak on closed session?
No other comments, Chair.
Okay, thank you so much. I'll now close public comment, and we'll be in closed session for an hour, and we'll be in the back room. Thank you all.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
We're now coming back in open session, and Evelyn Tran, General Counsel, will provide the closed session report.
Thank you, Chair. The board did not take any reportable actions for 2.1A and 2.1B.
And for 2.1C, there was no reportable action. Thank you so much. Now we're moving on to item 3, awards and commendations. We'll take public comment for all items under awards and commendation at the end. Item 3.1 is the Employees and Supervisor of the Quarter for the third quarter of 2025, and Chief People Officer Sonia Morrison will introduce our honorees.
Good evening, Board Chair and Board members. My name is Sonia Morrison, Chief People Officer for VTA, and it is my distinct honor and privilege tonight to recognize our employees of the quarter, this being the third quarter of 2025. So first up, we have Sandra Gonzalez. Sandra Gonzalez is a timekeeping technician at the Cerrone Division, and she is the Administration Award winner for the third quarter. She's been with VTA since 2022. Her nominators described her as hardworking and dedicated, someone who not only supports operations at Cerrone, but also assists the maintenance team with timekeeping. They also said she's always positive and supports the morale of the office. She consistently goes above and beyond, offering daily support to everyone in the office. Congratulations, Sandra, VTA's Administration Employee of the third quarter of 2025. So Karamjeet Gill is a light rail dispatcher in Guadalupe. She is the Operations Award winner for the third quarter of 2025. Karamjeet has been a dedicated VTA employee since 1998, beginning her career as a light rail operator. She later became a fare inspector in 2012, then returned to operations in 2017, and most recently transitioned to dispatcher of light rail in 2021. Her nominators and peers describe her as consistently helpful, kind, and dependable. Known for her strong work ethic, punctuality, and support of fellow operators, she approaches every task with professionalism and foresight, making her a respected and valuable member of the team. Congratulations, Karamjeet, VTA's operations employee for the third quarter of 2025. We had two others not able to be with us tonight. So Lonnie Ward, service worker for the Vehicle Maintenance in Guadalupe Division, is the Maintenance Award winner for the third quarter. And Ariel Leary, our light rail technical training supervisor in the Guadalupe Division, is the Supervisor Award winner for the third quarter. He's also not able to be here. So that concludes all of our presentations for this evening. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And are you going on to 3.2? for
I
retirement
am.
commendations?
So I was going to say, unfortunately, none of our retirees could be here, but what I think is particularly amazing is that between Michael Ayala, bus dispatcher with 34 years of service, Nato de Assis, overhaul and repair mechanic for 26 years of service, Mike Garza, also overhaul and repair mechanic for 34 years, Rhonda Knox, a coach operator for 27 years, and Robert Lanford, coach operator for 45 years of service. We have 167 years of service being recognized tonight.
Thank you, Sonia, and congratulations all of our retirees as well as our honorees as well. Veronica, do we have any requests for comment on this item?
We do not have any, Chair.
Thank you very much. Now we'll go on item 4, which is public comment for items not on the agenda. The law does not permit board action or extended discussion of any item not on the agenda except under special circumstances. And at this time, I'd like to encourage those of you who would like to address the board on matters not on the agenda to submit your blue speaker cards, which you can find at the back of the room. Raise your hand on Zoom or press star 9 on your phone now. We'll start with our in-person comments and then go to online and ask speakers to adhere to the public speaker timer slide, which will be 1 minute and 30 seconds. Well, I'll now start with the blue speaker cards, and first is Yvette Simon. Did Yvette step out? I saw her here earlier. I also have Lupe Medrano. Yes. Is the microphone on? Okay.
Okay.
Go ahead. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Lupe Medrano, and I'm here with a heavy heart today because I heard that you took away 30 seconds from our talking time. And I would like to know why you don't want to hear us. You're making us feel like maybe we're not important enough to be heard. Our concerns need to be heard. You provide a service for the public. I am part of that public. And I feel we have a right to voice our concerns, because if we do not voice our concerns, you will not know how to resolve your problems if you don't hear our concerns. And so we really need to have those 2 minutes in order to be able to voice our concerns, because we have many concerns and they're all legitimate and they pertain to today. A lot of problems need to be addressed. And so again, I hope you can give us back those 30 seconds because we need that time to address all our concerns. One of them being that we really need to truly impact on the community, especially people, those who are mentally challenged, who have dementia or on dialysis, because they need to be taken home and not be driven around all over the place when, in fact, the VTA has said they want to lessen the time on board for its clients, and it's not happening. I was on board a few weeks ago when it happened right in front of me, and I helped the lady make a complaint about it. But some people have a misconception. They feel that if they complain, their paratransit privileges will be taken away. So you need to find a way to disseminate that information that nobody will be taken away from their paratransit program if they complain about what's happening. But they cannot stay on board longer than need be, because that is just cruel and unnecessary. And it's happened to me as well. And so again, I ask you to please look at this problem and please help us with it. Thank you very much, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Do we have any speakers online?
We do, Chair. I will call the first 3 speakers, but before I call him, I want to note for the record that we have received written public comment and have included in the agenda. First speaker is Robert, followed by Roland, and then Laura. Robert, go ahead and accept the unmute and begin speaking when ready. Robert?
Yes, most folks have no idea what PRT is like. So imagine yourself at home and wanting to go somewhere. And you see yourself walking through your neighborhood to your nearest bus stop, and then going up 2 flights of stairs or a slow elevator to the boarding platform. There, awaiting you, is one or more pod cars, or PRT vehicles, about the size and shape as the inside of a passenger car. Like an elevator, you enter, select your destination, the door closes, and off you go. From 20 feet up, the view is great. And travel time at 30 miles per hour, non-stop, is quicker than driving. Approaching your destination station, your cab pulls off the main line and slowly decelerates until it stops, the door opens, and you exit. Just 2 flights down is the neighborhood of your destination, likely even your destination of this high popularity destination, and it already has a station as close as practical to it. You can read more in our letter from LoopWorks that is in your packet. Thank you for your time.
Roland, go ahead and accept the unmute.
Thank you and good evening. So I'd like to very briefly follow up on a discussion that took place at the GNA earlier today about cap and trade and the electrification of Gilroy. First of all, cap and trade revenues are declining as California is transitioning to renewable energy sources. And the July High-Speed Rail Authority Finance Committee reported a decrease of 25% in revenues, which is expected to increase by another 10% for a total of a 35% decrease if the 2 refineries are closed. The other issue for your consideration is that electrification to Gilroy is going to require some serious finesse if Union Pacific requires more than one non-electrified track, because 4 track sections require full grade separation. And if that comes to be, the estimated cost between San Jose and Gilroy will be in excess of $5 billion. And I hope we can continue this conversation either in committee or at the capturing board level, and then get back to the VTA and inform you on what the indications are. Thank you.
Laura, you may begin speaking when ready.
Hi, my name is Laura, and I live in San Jose, and I work in Sunnyvale. I'm here to ask that VTA find a solution that accommodates all riders in the transition to new vehicles for the Access Paratransit service. It's a reasonable expectation that VTA would consider the needs of all their riders when purchasing new vehicles. VTA should be looking for ways to expand accessibility, not limit it. When transportation excludes riders because of their weight or disability, it prevents them from accessing basic human services to which we all have a right, and it robs the community of the skills and talents they bring to their work and social lives. We all benefit when we enable the participation of all members of our community. We're better and we're stronger together. Tonight, I'm specifically concerned about my colleague who is an invaluable member of our school community. Our work supports students and families, and it cannot be done from afar. We need her in the office daily, and our organization would struggle without her. She's been using your service for years, and it makes no sense that access to paratransit services for her could stop.
Amanda, you may begin speaking when ready. Amanda?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Good evening, board members. My name is Amanda Evans. I am a person with multiple disabilities living and working here in Santa Clara County. I use a larger mobility scooter that does not fit on regular public transportation, ride shares, or standard private vehicles. I depend on VTA Access Paratransit to travel to and from work, to medical appointments, and to get out in the community. I've been informed by Access personnel that the only vehicles in the fleet that currently accommodate me are being phased out soon, and the new vehicles that are planned for purchase will not accommodate me. This will be devastating for me. I will become functionally housebound. And I know I am not the only Access client or potential client who will not be accommodated by these less accessible vehicles. So please look into this matter and make a change to the plans for the fleet. This is an issue of my livelihood and truly my life. Thank you.
Glenn, you may begin speaking when ready.
Good evening. My name is Glenn Evans, and I live in South Santa Clara County. During my 40-year career, I've worked in both the public and the private sectors. And I learned that a business can choose to address or ignore market segments based on the single purpose of maximizing profit. But the mission of a public sector organization is to use its allocated tax dollars to provide service to all the citizens who depend on it. Not just some of those who need it, not just the ones it is convenient to serve, but all who need it. I'm thus appalled to learn that the VTA Access Paratransit Program is purchasing new vehicles that will not accommodate some of its most vulnerable users, a growing population of larger people and their essential mobility devices. Paratransit is not a luxury. It is a necessity for getting to work, to a store, to a doctor, and living an independent life. Paratransit management is failing if it ignores a segment of dependent users for the sake of operational convenience or efficiency. That is unacceptable for a public service organization. Please fix it. Thank you.
Julianne, you may begin speaking when ready.
Hi, my name is Julianne. I'm here to speak to the accessibility and the VTA Access Paratransit Service. I myself am a disabled power chair user. Together, my power chair and I weigh over 800 pounds. I can only travel in wheelchair accessible vehicles that accommodate large mobility devices and large bodies. This means I can't travel outside my home, even to the doctor, without an accommodating vehicle. The idea that VTA Access Paratransit would replace the discontinued cutaway vehicles with vehicles that are less accessible is harmful and heartbreaking. Paratransit is a service that supports independence, quality of life, and in some cases, life itself. To intentionally exclude higher weight people and or those who need mobility devices that are larger or heavier than quote unquote standard is a cruel choice that does serious and intentional harm. The paratransit system exists to accommodate the most disabled people, and some of those people are higher weight. VTA Access Paratransit needs to make sure their vehicles accommodate all riders, and this requires equipment that supports at least 1,000 pounds. You've heard from people like me who are sharing today, so now you know that there are people like us that will be excluded. The right thing to do is clear. I hope that you will do it. Thank you for your time.
Neifa, you may begin speaking when ready.
Good evening, Chairperson Lopez and members of the board. I'm Tigris Osborne. I'm the Executive Director of the National Association to Advance Fat Acceptance and a co-founder of the Campaign for Size Freedom. NAFA is the world's oldest advocacy organization for higher weight people, working since 1969 for equality at every size. And the Campaign for Size Freedom works to change public policy to outlaw height and weight discrimination across the U.S. I'm here tonight on behalf of our constituents in the Santa Clara Valley to express our deep concerns that the pending changes to paratransit service could make it impossible for larger bodied disabled people to be supported by paratransit. Paratransit, as you've heard, can be life-changing and life-saving for disabled people of all ages, all sizes, all identities, and it is a service that should be available to everyone in the county who needs it. My organization is happy to help connect you with experts in other jurisdictions who have studied size-related public transportation improvements, and we urge you to prioritize access to all whenever you make changes to paratransit service or any of your accessibility services. We understand that vehicle changes can be a necessary part of maintaining service, but it's not a service upgrade if you are downgrading accessibility for larger people. Thank you for your time.
Sandra, you may begin speaking when ready.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. I no longer work due to disability, but I practiced discrimination law, was a law professor, wrote the first book on weight and the law, co-edited the award-winning Fat Studies Reader establishing the field of fat studies, and helped pass San Francisco's height weight law. I'm a member of Disability Justice League Bay Area. Amanda is able to work and support herself because she can take paratransit. It's totally unreasonable and runs counter to state and federal disability law for VTA to move to vehicles that do not work for their known clients. It's also totally unreasonable to move to vehicles that cannot accommodate higher weight disabled people and our mobility equipment. Amanda and I both have the same mobility device, very common for fat disabled people. So I too would be unable to use the new vehicles. Please step in now to resolve this issue so litigation is not needed. Understand that we have to fight to retain access to paratransit, and this is not just a local issue. We cannot allow VTA to model discriminatory choices that may then be repeated elsewhere. Please, please help avoid protracted fighting. And besides, making paratransit work for all disabled clients of all sizes is simply the right thing to do. Thank you.
Charlie, you may begin speaking when ready.
Yes, thank you so much for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Charlie Shipley, and I live in Santa Clara. I'm here to join the chorus tonight, speaking to accessibility in the VTA Access Paratransit Service. We've heard from my friend Amanda, a VTA Access writer, and I think it's simply a travesty that it's a real possibility that these vehicles, the cutaway vehicles, are being phased out, and the service of being able to get back and forth to work and back and forth to any needed services is potentially going to be lost. I think it's very important that you step in at this point and ensure that these transportation services will be available for all people. Ultimately, this is a civil rights issue. We've heard from people from a number of reputable organizations who are willing to work with your organization and help make this right, just so that all the members of our community can live in basic dignity and have access to a full life. So thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Donia, you may begin speaking when ready.
Hello, my name is Danya Coles, and I'm concerned about the continued accessibility of the VTA Access Paratransit Service. My friend relies on this service, and the new vehicles that are being considered are less accommodating to larger people and their mobility devices. My friend is a regular client. She has made the service aware of the issue, and they are continuing with their plans to restrict access to people in larger bodies with mobility devices. Ensuring that vehicles that accommodate all sizes of mobility devices and have weight limits of at least 1,000 pounds will keep this service accessible to not only my friend, but many other disabled people who rely on it in their daily lives. Please consider stepping in now so that this terrible change isn't made and everyone can maintain their quality of lives. Thank you so much.
Brandy, you may begin speaking when ready.
Hi, my name is Brandy Solivay, and I'm here also to talk about VTA's Paratransit. I am the co-founder of the Campaign for Size Freedom as part of FLAIR, which is Fat Legal Advocacy, Rights, and Education Project, a project in my law office. I am a California attorney, and I'm also the legal director of Independent Living Resource Center in San Francisco. I am here tonight in my capacity as FLAIR. These vans need to not be taken away, but more should be added. The paratransit should be accessible to all people of all sizes. It is a service for disabled individuals. So making it so disabled individuals are unable to use it is unacceptable. The van should have a minimum weight capacity for the lifts of 1,000 pounds. This is because they need to be able to accommodate the individual as well as their scooters. And many of these scooters, with their batteries attached, can weigh more than 300 pounds on their own. If individuals are unable to use this service, as you've heard tonight, many people will be unable to access health care. And they may also be unable to work, as you heard Amanda's story tonight. If individuals are not able to work, we lose their perspective and their talent in our community. And not only...
Marilyn, go ahead and begin speaking when ready.
Hi, thank you. My name is Marilyn Wan. I'm a longtime fat activist, about 30 years now here in the San Francisco Bay Area. About 25 years ago, I was involved with lobbying for the passage of San Francisco's height weight anti-discrimination ordinance. I'm an author, I do public speaking, I speak regularly with the media. Just last week I was interviewed by the Wall Street Journal. I'm reminded a little over 10 years ago that I ended up working with the BART system when they were choosing the new cars for their system. They were about to make a terrible mistake, would have been a disaster. They thought it would be okay to put armrests in between the seats. And luckily, fat activists were able to talk to them. I was able to bring people in from our community to express our experience. And they didn't buy an entire fleet of train cars that would have excluded a significant percentage of the population. So I'm concerned to learn that a similar mistake seems to be in the works in your system. Fat community and disabled community are connected, and I hear from people every day who need transportation to.
Cindy, go ahead and begin speaking when ready.
Thank you. My name is Cindy Cabal, and while I'm not nearly as eloquent as everyone else who has already spoken, I also have concerns about this change to vehicles that you're talking about. Already my friends who use paratransit often wait an hour past their pickup time because there aren't vehicles ready for them. And now you're talking about completely removing the vehicles that could get them home. And it's just shocking to me that you would choose to do this and exclude people who are already so marginalized. So I'd like you to reconsider, and I'll yield the rest of my time because I'm not very eloquent. Thank you.
And my last speaker is Michael. Go ahead and accept the unmute. Begin speaking when ready.
Hello, thank you for your time. My name is Michael, and I live in San Jose. And I also wish to speak in regards to the accessibility with VTA Access Paratransit Service. As I have aged, more of my friends and loved ones have become disabled. And for many of them, relying on paratransit is not just the first option or the best option. In some cases, it's the only option. So while I understand that there is a need to upgrade and essentially try to bring things into a more modern perspective, we don't want to leave any of these people behind, especially as what's been pointed out. These people tend to be among the most discriminated against, the most marginalized, the ones who don't see this service as a luxury, but as a necessity, and it's something that they depend on. So all I want to ask is that we just take a good hard look at what's being done and try to make sure that we can find something that will work for everybody, because a public service should serve all of the public and not leave any of them behind. Thank you once again for your time.
That was our last speaker, Chair.
Thank you
Oh,
very.
I'm sorry, there's one.
Okay, go ahead.
Karen, go ahead and accept the unmute. Begin speaking when ready.
Thank you so much for letting me speak. I too would like to talk about the accessibility and continued availability of paratransit to everyone. I am a resident of Santa Clara, and I am disappointed to hear that the new vehicles may not be accommodating to everyone. My friend relies on the paratransit system to get to and from work and to medical appointments, and her contribution is invaluable to her workplace, and being able to get out into the community is invaluable to her. Paratransit needs to accommodate everyone. Weight and size should not be something that can be sacrificed. Thank you.
And lastly, Eugene, go ahead and begin speaking when ready.
Good evening, board members and staff. Eugene Bradley, Silicon Valley Transit users. I echo all of the concerns expressed here regarding the possibility that VTA wants to decommission larger paratransit vehicles, the Ford branded cutaway buses that can handle passengers whose passengers with their equipment that are over 800 pounds. I've helped off and on advocate for public transit for everybody, especially the disabled community, since 2000. And here that VTA is proposing something like this just minutes before they want to join a regional sales tax to help save public transit, that just does not go well with me. I'm not going to speak for those who spoke previously. This, to say how much the VTA must step in and at least do something about this immediately, cannot be stated enough. Let's not be seen as the area that we claim to be diverse and inclusive and yet exclude people just because their equipment is over 800 pounds with vehicles that can no longer handle them. Let's make sure VTA has the vehicles that can handle such equipment with the disabled, because it's needed for everybody to be independent. Thank you.
That was our last speaker, Chair.
Thank you. That's our public comment, and while by law we're not permitted to discuss as a board, the comments are important to us, and I will ask Carolyn to respond.
Yeah, I feel for the people who actually spoke today. I know they're very concerned about what might be going on with our paratransit purchases of new vans. And so I'm going to ask Rachel Tagood to actually come up, who runs our paratransit services, to actually speak to any misconceptions that might be out there regarding our new vehicles. And Lisa Vickery as well, our Deputy Director in Operations.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to respond in some way. First, I just want to thank everyone who has commented on this item, and it is our intention, I'll have Rochelle share in a moment what our fleet replacement plan looks like and what the expectations are going forward for paratransit and our paratransit vehicles. But I want to start by saying that we believe there's been a misunderstanding and a lack of understanding and perhaps communication on our part to let the public and our riders understand our fleet replacement plan. So I'll let Rochelle talk more in detail about that.
Yes, good evening, honorable members of of the board. And also I'd like to express my gratitude to the feedback that we received. And as what I always say, because of the feedback from our community, that's the reason why Access Paratransit thrives. That being said, I just would like to quell all the rumors. There is no truth that VTA Access Paratransit is phasing out the cutaways. We recognize that we have a diverse client, diverse riders. And this is the reason why we also have diverse vehicles, in order to cater to all our riders, include everyone, and not exclude anyone. With our vehicle procurement plan, it is a phased approach. The first phase is to decommission our Priuses that accommodates ambulatory passengers. For the information of everyone, our rider demographics is composed of 74% ambulatory, and the rest are wheelchair or with mobility devices passengers. So that's the first phase approach for the procurement, and that's the reason why we have the ProMaster, the newly designed ProMaster, that we hope to be used for our services by third quarter or last quarter of this year. The second phase approach will be the hybrid vans that will also accommodate wheelchair or those passengers with mobility devices. And the third procurement, which I have just received approval today, is the additional procurement of the new cutaways. And as a matter of fact, we have engaged with our grants team today in requesting for additional grants from FTA to for the procurement of additional cutaways. So that being said, we have in mind our riders who are in mobility devices who cannot be accommodated in our ProMaster as well as on the hybrid vans, which were showcased at the Coffee with the Community last Saturday. So I guess there was just a misunderstanding, I believe, because we only showcased 2 vehicles last Saturday. So, everybody thought that maybe we are replacing all our vehicles with just those 2. No. We are in the process of acquiring additional cutaways. In that way, we could accommodate the diverse riders that we have. If ever you need additional information, I am more than happy to engage in a direct conversation with our community members. In that way, I could share more details regarding this.
So thanks, Rochelle. One of the things would be, it would be useful to have sort of a fact sheet put together about the vehicles and the procurement plan, and maybe that third vehicle that you're talking about. I also want to be very clear that we're not getting rid of any of the old or decommissioning the old cutaways until we get the new cutaways. So we'll continue to use the vehicles that we have to carry the passengers so that we're able to carry all passengers with all mobility needs until we receive the vehicles that could carry all passengers with all mobility needs. So, but meanwhile, I think it's important to get this out to the board and the community information about all the types of the vehicles that we're purchasing and the procurement schedule. So if we could do that, provide a fact sheet, get that out to the board members and to the community and to the committee, that would be really useful. Because I think, that, as you notice, there's a lot of concern, and I want to help quell those concerns.
Yes,
Thanks.
we will do that.
Thank you very much. And with appreciation again to everyone who spoke and to staff for the follow-up. Next is item 5. We have no items under public hearings today, which brings us to item 6, reports. There were no reports for 6.1 since our committees did not meet in July. Yes.
I actually had a comment on 6.1.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm actually very disappointed that there is no BART Phase 2 updates on the agenda today, and there's no discussion. We're spending, I hear, $40 million a month for every delay, every month that this project is delayed, and it didn't seem to make it onto the agenda today for an update. The July 10th BART Oversight Committee meeting was canceled and not rescheduled. The BART Board Workshop, they took 2 hours on the SB 63. There was not enough time to talk about BART Phase 2, the Level 3 cost reductions. There are 2 major ideas for cost reductions. One is the hybrid tunnel approach, a large bore from the west and a smaller bore from the east. That was discussed. But there's another major component, which is the reduction of the maintenance yard, which was alluded to, but there was no discussion of it. So I'm just disappointed that a $12.7 billion project doesn't get on the agenda. Thank you.
So I appreciate your comments. I do want to note that staff is developing the scenarios that will be presented to the Oversight Committee at the regularly scheduled committee meeting on August 14th, I understand, and share the concerns. It's not our ordinary practice to have the full agendas up a week before the meeting, but I appreciate the broader concerns, and I know it's important to make sure we keep on the right track. Next, we'll go on item 6.2, which is the General Manager and CEO's report. Turn over to Carolyn.
Great. Thank you. I have a few topics this evening. The first is just quickly, the topics for this evening's report is on the regular agenda would be the strategic plan. We have not brought this much to the board in the past, but I really want to have some discussion around that. We have a good presentation coming forward. Something that's very important, the strategic plan has not been updated since before 2017. And so I think it's very important for us to really think about where this agency is going and that vision for the agency. The other item is Senate Bill 63, which is being discussed tonight with a recommendation being put forward to the board, proposed recommendation as to whether Santa Clara County or VTA opts into this measure. Next slide. With the fiscal year ending this year, with the fiscal year ending in June, I just wanted to give you some update on the ridership numbers for you and the public. Right now, I think it's trending in a very positive direction, even though we did see a decrease in the first 6 months due to the work stoppage in March. We saw a decrease of 11.1% in that period, same period compared to 2024. But we actually are seeing an increase starting again in June 2025. What you'll see in the dotted light blue line at the top is what we have forecasted for 25-26. So you'll start to see numbers start to fill those lines in the next couple months. And then I want to share next our VTA fiscal health as fiscal year 2025 comes to an end. Right now, we've projected based on the preliminary numbers that the net budgetary deficit is $8.7 million. On the revenue side, we continue to face a downward pressure on our sales tax receipts. Actual collections of the 1976 half-cent sales tax, the Transportation Development Act, or the TDA, and the State Transit Assistance STA revenues came in $23.7 million below the budget collectively for fiscal year 2025. But on a more positive note, the investment earnings were up higher. The Transit Enterprise Fund portfolio outperformed expectations by $6.9 million. On the expenditure side, VTA realized a favorable variance of $5.8 million, primarily due to underspending of the insurance contract costs and higher reimbursements from the capital projects to the operating budget. Once again, these are still preliminary, and our finance team will present the final FY 2025 year-end financial results to the board in October. Next, I want to talk a little bit about the East Ridge-DeBart Regional Connector. There's been a lot of progress on this extension. If you get a chance to get out there, you will actually see a lot of work. This is the line that will extend our orange line. It makes a stop at our current orange line makes a stop at the Milpitas BART station, and then we'll further this line into East San Jose, really extending into one of our heaviest transit reliant parts of our county. The project is progressing fairly well. It is more than 40% complete to date. More than 1 mile of the elevated guideway is complete, and the project is on schedule and on budget, and we expect to start laying tracks in early next year. Our community outreach department has done extensive public engagement on the project, keeping nearby businesses and residents informed of the work. So far, we have connected with 14,000 residents in the area of the construction. And last night, we successfully installed precast concrete girders for a bridge over Tully Road that required an overnight shutdown of the intersection at Tully and Capitol Expressway, and I'm happy to report that the work went smoothly and the intersection was back in business on early Saturday morning. We're on track to see passenger service on that extension from Alum Rock to East Ridge by 2028. Next slide, please. VTA has been certified as an age-friendly employer, making us the only transit agency in California and one of only a few nationwide to receive this prestigious designation. This certification reflects VTA's commitment to building an inclusive, multi-generational workforce where experience, knowledge, and leadership are valued at every level of the organization. Today, more than 950 VTA employees, over 40% of our workforce, are aged 50 or older, contributing across a wide range of roles, including bus operators, engineers, maintenance technicians, administrative professionals, managers, and general manager and CEO. I'll just put that in there. So I'll go to the next slide, the awards. Among the awards we have received this year is the 6th award for this project, the US 101 Trimble de la Cruz project. And this was recently won award at the California Transportation Foundation. It was named as the Interchange Project of the Year for 2025. So this is like the Oscars for transportation awards. You don't know if you've won until you get to the award ceremony and they announce it. And you can see the picture to the top left of the slide. We also received another award to say, and this one very proud of, from the American Public Transit Association for our Star Point program, which was implemented by VTA's System Safety Unit. And that is to ensure that all safety event data is assessed and used in safety risk analysis of the rail transit system. And the program received a certificate of merit at the rail conference earlier this summer in San Francisco. So I want to thank great work to our Transit System Safety Unit and great work to our Engineering and Construction Division. And that concludes my report, other than to say that there's a ridership report and the security statistics are included. And then I also want to say that we've updated the general manager report this year, a little bit more format, a little more data in here for information about the agency and the monthly statistics. So thank you.
Thank you so much for the report, Carolyn. And that brings us to 6.3. I have a couple of items. Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot to take public comment on 6.2. Can we do that now?
Yes, we have one, Chair. Roland, accept the unmute and begin speaking when ready.
Yes, thank you. I also had a comment on 6.1 very briefly. I'd like to associate myself with every single comment made by Director Jane and add that there's absolutely zero financial oversight, and hopefully that's going to change. Now, with regard to 6.2, I'd like to talk about what's missing from the report, specifically that the California State Auditor recommended that the board should require VTA staff to regularly report on specified financial metrics, including spare box recovery ratio, trips per revenue hour, and operating cost per revenue hour, beginning December 2024 sooner. The staff response is that it is anticipated this will be an iterative process, and VTA and the board will further refine the reporting needs and cycles for the business plan. And I'd like to point out to you is that what the state auditor is asking for is a report of what happened. The business plan is what you intend to do about it moving forward. Thank you.
That was our last speaker, Chair.
Thanks so much. That brings us to 6.3, which is the chairperson's report. And first, I want to share that last month I was fortunate enough to represent VTA at the APTA Transit Board Member Seminar in Kansas City. I also want to give a shout out to Talia, who joined the concurrent board administrator seminar. So great time. I hope you enjoyed it as well. But really informative conference. I've already shared with staff and some of my board colleagues some of the learnings from that and some of the resources that were shared. I also had the honor of being invited to participate on a panel around spurring development around transit. It was an eye-opening experience for me, first off, because I'm always so proud to share the work that, and these moments really highlight really nationally leading work that VTA is doing around transit-oriented development in communities, and work that is very ably led on our real estate team by Jesse O'Malley. And so it was my pleasure and honor to highlight and tell that story. And it was just fascinating watching the range of reactions, as many challenges as we have around TOD and housing. in California, in the Bay Area, and the dire need that we have for it. There were agencies who were just kind of mind blown to hear that this was something trans agencies can not only do, but something that could be very mission aligned and really be part of the core focus. So really excited about that story and able to share it and spark some really interesting questions and conversations, and look forward to continuing to do my part as we all will to tell that story. Also, just want to note that as board members know, and as members of the public may have noticed when the agenda was posted, we've now moved closed session up to the start of our board meetings, and I do hope that this change will lead to more effective meetings, more effective discussions when we have those important items, and keep us from going too late in the evening. This is a relatively small change that we're starting off, but it does kick off discussion, something I've been working on since the beginning of this year, which is what will be a full discussion with the board about process improvements in our meetings and how that's done, all with the goal of making them more accessible and doing our job of being accountable to the public. And it will include discussion around things like potential changes to committee structure for 2026 and beyond. And I want to thank and recognize Sam Sargent, who's been spearheading this work, and also in collaboration with Scott Haywood and Elaine and many others, Beverly and others, who started those conversations earlier in the year. Which I really appreciate. So it'll be coming back later this year for a full board discussion. Do invite feedback if something is not working as we implement some of these early changes. But hopefully, again, this leads to more effective meetings ultimately. And that is my chair's report. Let's see if there's any public comment for this item.
We have no request, Chair.
Okay. Any questions from colleagues? Okay, that moves us to item 7, which is the consent agenda. And these are items 7.1 through 7.9. We'll take members of the public who'd like to address the board are welcome to fill out a speaker card or speak online. First, to colleagues, are there any items a board member wishes to pull from or add to the consent agenda, or any abstentions or recusals? Director Turner, and then Director Abbott-Coe.
Thank you. I don't need to pull an item, but I wanted to speak to it. I don't actually make a request. This is for consent item 7.5, and I support the staff's recommendation to approve the contract amendment, but would like to request a future briefing or follow-up on long-term strategies to address the discontinuation of vendor-supported systems critical to our infrastructure systems. I know this is a challenge, as there aren't a lot of opportunities, and I know in the past we've had challenges with continuing in these areas. So I would like to ask staff to provide a briefing or follow-up on what our longer-term strategies are to support these systems. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
And Director Turner, did you have any additional?
No, I was helping her.
You're just being a good Samaritan. Thanks for your comments. Anyone else who want to speak on an item? That was 7.5, the one that's on the board. And the request was to get a briefing on some of the challenges around those procurements, if I understood.
Oh, thank you. Yes. So some of these systems, they get discontinued. Companies go out of business, and so I wanted to ask staff to provide a follow-up on our long-term strategies to be able to support these systems. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Okay, and if there aren't further comments or any requests to pull an item, let's go to public comment first. Do we have anyone wishing to speak on the consent agenda?
Thank you, Chair. Roland, you may begin speaking when ready.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to point you to a very small typo on item 7.9.e, which the Caltrain position on this B63, which initially was opposed unless amended. And thank you, Director Abikog, for getting the vote to change in this to support if amended. It's not support unless amended, it's support if amended. Thank you.
That was our last speaker, Chair.
Thanks so much. Do we have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda?
Motion to approve.
Second. Turner, and then I think Cohen with the second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. And that brings us to the major item on our, the first of two major items on our regular agenda, the 2026 to 36 VTA strategic plan. And we will get an informational update on the development from our general manager.
Thank you. So when I came back in 2021, our strategic plan was just ending its useful life in terms of what it said on the cover, which was 2017 to 2022, but it had really ended its useful life when the pandemic came about and everything else was happening, because we were no longer, I don't think really, it was not really able to be continued the way it was going forward, because we were now in sort of a recovery phase and also really in a matter of just trying to stabilize the agency. And then now trying to then revitalizing the agency, and now we're really looking at how do we transform and lead. And so we have re-energized in terms of trying to develop a new strategic plan. This is something that's very important. Also to our employees, it's one of the things that we heard is they really wanted to understand the mission better and the vision better for the agency. And so we've embarked upon bringing forward a new strategic plan, really outreaching to the community and to our employees. So we've brought on board infrastructure strategies with Joshua Schenk, and I'll have Rahul Sagamani, who is he has a new title because he has just been promoted to multimodal planning manager, and I'll have Rahul, who is the project manager for this job, do the introductions and discuss a little bit and introduce Joshua. Thanks.
All right. Thank you very much, Carolyn. So as Carolyn mentioned in her opening remarks, this is the update of our strategic plan, which was last updated back in 2017. And really, this is the overarching document for the agency. So we want to understand what VTA's North Star is. Joshua Schrank from InfraStrategies is here assisting us in this development. And what he was going to do is going to go over the effort, show the work that we've done, and provide us with next steps. And with that, I'll turn it over to Joshua.
All right. Thank you so much. Thanks, Rahul, and thanks, Carolyn. And it's great to be here with this board. I'm Joshua Schenk with InfraStrategies. We do a lot of strategic planning work with transit agencies, and I used to work at a transit agency and did their strategic plan, so I've been doing this for a while. I'm really happy to be assisting you with this effort. And point this somewhere. All right. There we go. Is it working? Okay. All right, so I'm going to walk you through the process today. I'm still not getting it. What did you do? Thank you. Okay, so the strategic plan is, as Rahul said, meant to provide the direction for the entire organization, and this particular plan is a 10-year plan with a 5-year update. So that means it's going to guide what the organization is going to accomplish over the next 5 years. Pretty big deal, pretty important, and a great way of aligning what you're trying to do around a common vision. So as mentioned, the existing plan expired in 2022, so definitely time for a new one, but you have had the 25-26 business plan framework in place. This is going to combine both the old strategic plan and the business plan framework into one brand new document that will guide what you do over the next 5 to 10 years. These are the basic components of what a strategic plan looks like, right? You've got your mission, which says this is what we're going to do every day as people who are part of this agency. This is what we care about doing all the time. The vision, which paints the picture of what you hope to achieve over the next 5 to 10 years if the plan is followed. The goals, which are the specific things you hope to accomplish under the plan. Objectives, which break down those goals a little bit further. And then the initiatives, the specific action items you're going to take that will achieve the objectives, which will achieve the goals, which will achieve the vision. So if you do everything in this plan, you hope to get to the vision that you're painting in it. All of this is guided by the core values of the organization. Those run through everything that you're doing in your strategic plan. So what are the inputs? A lot of them. There's a lot of data collection that goes into this, a lot of talking to people, a lot of discussion, both with stakeholders, people within the agency, obviously frontline employees. You can see all the different things that are happening here so that we can gather information. And that's the phase we've been in since inception of this project several months ago, is really gathering information, understanding what we're dealing with, and putting ourselves in a position to help formulate goals for the agency. So that's where we are right now, is in the development of the framework. If you see the star there, what we're trying to do here is develop a framework, which means all the things that we just talked about, the mission, vision, goals. Without getting into all the details of what the actual plan is, we're just starting with that. In order to do that, we've been in this analysis phase that's up top. When we are done with the framework development, we'll then develop the action items that go into the framework. What are we specifically going to do? We'll get to a draft plan, and then we'll finalize the plan, hopefully next year. So one of the key inputs to the plan are the key trends. And trends are understanding what's happening locally, but also what's happening regionally and nationally, so that we can tailor the plan to meet those trends. We want to be up to date on what VTA should be doing given what's been happening in transportation and more generally that affects what VTA does. So obviously we look at ridership trends, which as we heard a little bit earlier about those, there's been a steady recovery, but that a lot of the travel is now occurring at off-peak periods or midday compared to pre-pandemic. That's an important trend. Remote work, another important one. While it has certainly recovered, the working in office has recovered, return to office is pretty much stable at this point, so we shouldn't anticipate there's going to be a tremendous amount more return to office. So we're going to have to tailor the services VTA provides to the hybrid work environment, which is becoming the norm here. There are workforce challenges that everyone faces, but in the Bay Area, it's particularly challenging because there are so many different agencies and lots of competition. And certainly there have been operator shortages in the past, and of course, we are aware of the labor challenges and the past tragedies that have occurred here. All of these things do go into how you want to figure out how to deal with workforce challenges over the next 5 to 10 years. Then, of course, housing and land use. No surprise that this is a big issue in all over California, but certainly in this area with this high concentration of jobs without housing sufficient enough to accommodate. And those high rents and land use policies are not helping the situation because you've got people having to live so far away from where they work, but also because the policies themselves do not support high densities and the kind of densities that would support transit. So you're in a challenging situation because of that. Traffic congestion certainly continues to be an issue, not as bad as it had been pre-pandemic, but still steadily climbing and challenging, and in particular in Santa Clara County, second most congested county in the Bay Area. And this affects the bus service as well. It's not just a congestion problem for drivers because bus speeds tend to decline when congestion increases, and we see that in the data as well. Security, also an issue that comes up. What you have from your survey data, it does indicate that there is a substantial portion of riders, almost 1/4, that always feel safe. That's not enough. You want to have it much higher than that. You want more people to feel safe, and that is something that needs to be addressed in the plan as well. And then the Net Promoter Score. This is a customer loyalty metric that many businesses use to see how well customers would like to recommend their services. And the customer loyalty metric for VTA needs to improve. The latest one we have is negative, and you want to have a positive score because that means people are recommending the service to others. Okay, so that's some of the quantitative data. Let me quickly go through the interview findings. We interviewed a lot of people, departments, also people within the agency, and then the ELT, but also labor leaders. We've done a lot of work to talk to other agencies in the region as well to really paint a picture of what we're up against. So some of the big picture takeaways from these interviews, and I don't think any of this will be particularly surprising, but it's worth keeping in mind. High cost of living and competition with transit agencies do hinder recruitment and retention of employees. That is a challenge. The VTA has a lot of wide-ranging responsibilities that make it a little bit harder to articulate what your core identity is. You're not just a transit agency, you're a lot more than that. And that's great, and that gives you a lot of potential to do great things, but it does sometimes cause confusion. I mentioned the sprawling land use patterns. That's in the data, but that's also present in our interviews, people saying that's a real hindrance to long-term transit growth. The current focus on BART Silicon Valley Phase 2 pulls attention away from core operations. That's something we heard in a lot of our discussions. And then, of course, that the tragedies have still left scars that impact staff within this organization. So all those takeaways, all of those inputs are going into the plan. We have a lot more that's going on even as we speak, as we're talking to, doing more and more work to get out to the divisions and talk to employees and hear about what their concerns are so that that can be incorporated into this plan. And that's reflected here. As you can see, a lot of in-reach pop-ups happening, town halls throughout the region to really hear from employees. We are going to do board one-on-ones. Those are happening. And then we'll have a September 19th board workshop. So we'll be able to spend more time together and get more of your input prior to a September 25th public open house. So again, all these next steps are going to feed into the development of this framework, which we hope to have finalized near the end of this year so that we can get the strategic plan, at least a draft, ready early next year. So thank you so much, and I'd love to have any kind of discussion or questions that you might have at this time.
Thanks so much for the presentation. Let's go to public comment first, and I do have a speaker card from Harry Neal in person, then we'll go to online.
Good. Good afternoon, board members. First of all, thank you for the presentation. I do want to note that there was a joint committee meeting on the strategic plan a couple months ago. That was a great opportunity for us to give input on this. Definitely something that should be repeated as much as possible. To note on the issues of congestion and land use, please, where possible, look for opportunities to realign the funding allocated for congestion management with the realities of congestion management. By that specifically, I mean, we know for a fact expanding roadways does not improve congestion. Transit does. Please look for opportunities where possible to reallocate that funding that historically would have been earmarked for road expansion and moving it to transit expansion, which again, we know for a fact works. On the issue of land use, particularly looking at our San Jose members here, we have a lot of work to do in improving the land use in that city, especially around our light rail stations, which I believe a majority of which are in the city of San Jose. So please keep working, and we have a lot more to do. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Let's go to any online comments. On the
Thank
side.
you, Chair. We have Roland. You may begin speaking when ready.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the presentation. The foundation of every good plan starts with good and relevant data. In the case of South County, the problem starts approximately 2 miles south of Gilroy, with approximately 50,000 vehicles headed for Silicon Valley every morning from 3 counties south of us, which are growing so fast that they will soon, probably by 2030, will exceed the combined population will exceed that of San Jose. Once you understand the problem, the next thing you have to do in your plan is to come up with a context-sensitive solution. And in this case, you can't expect maybe 5,000 of these cars to be peeling off at Gilroy into a parking lot that VTA is about to turn over to TOD and expect these people to get on with 68 bucks. And then, when you understand that, you stop providing that kind of information on MTC with using it for Plan B 2050. And then you start developing solutions that are going to make it possible for people to get off their cars and head through to Silicon Valley by rail. Thank you.
Jordan, you may begin speaking when ready.
Hi, this is Jordan Moldow from the city of San Jose. I want to thank staff for the great presentation and for the community engagement thus far. I want to echo everything that Harry said. All of his comments were excellent, and I hope that you'll pay attention to them. And I thought on one of the last slides, the bullet point about VTA's wide-ranging responsibilities, I think that's a very apt bullet point, and I think I've given similar feedback during some of the community engagement. And calling back to what Harry said, I think the transit responsibilities of VTA are often at odds with the congestion management responsibilities. They shouldn't be, because as Harry pointed out, the way you solve congestion is with transit, but that hasn't necessarily been our approach to date. So I hope that the strategic plan will align the congestion management responsibilities as being solved via the transit investments. Finally, please make sure that climate is top of mind in the strategic plan. Thank you.
And Jenny, you may begin speaking when ready.
Dear all and staff, my name is Jenny Michelle. I'm a native and resident of Menlo Park. I'm a user of various transit agencies. I work out of a Palo Alto office and I manage assets in Mountain View. One thing that I thought the staff could help address is that there is current legislation with the California legislature proposing to open up land use for housing at major transit hubs. And I think it's problematic that some of the representatives and cities within Santa Clara County have come out against SB 79. And I think that long-term, we would really benefit from having this body opt into legislation such as SB 79, as well as having a long-term commitment to work with our legislatures as well as municipal councils to encourage housing at transit centers. But otherwise, thank you for all your work. I really support what you're doing. Thank you.
That was our last speaker, Chair.
Thank you very much. Let's come back to the board for any comments or discussion. Start, Director Turner.
Thank you. And this may not be the time to go into the conversation, but I do have some questions around the Net Promoter Score. You said it's negative. My question would be why? And I don't, Chair, if we don't have the time to get into the conversation in details, I just want at some point have the conversation about why. What's the ideal Net Promoter Score? Where should we be? What is the Net Promoter Score of other transportation agencies, since that is a significant indicator of what people are saying about our service? So it's up to you, Chair, if you want to allow for answers. Otherwise, I can hold off and get answers at some other time.
I think on the individual issue. That's something we can return to, but I will turn to staff just about how they can bring back meaningful feedback on issues like that.
Perfect, thank you.
Yeah, this is Deborah DeGang, Chief Planning Officer, so we can bring that back at a future meeting with more information.
That'd be great, thank you.
Thank you. Director Abakoga and then Vice Chair Mahan.
Thank you, Chair. Question is regarding the executive leadership team. Do we have labor representation on the team?
The executive, is this on? The executive leadership team is comprised of Carolyn is our general manager and CEO, and the chiefs. The labor is not part of the executive leadership team. However, in the interviews we're doing and through each step of the process, we are talking to labor both directly with union leadership, individual unions, as well as this week we've been doing quite a bit of in-reach, being out in the yards, talking directly to frontline workers. So we're getting a lot of feedback, and that's very intentional in this strategic plan update.
And then when I've met, I meet quarterly with the union leaders, and we have actually discussed the strategic plan with them, and give them updates and any discussion. I think twice we've actually, Scott, we've brought in the information. John's been, and I think Joshua, you came and met with them as well.
Yep.
Okay. I just want to emphasize the importance of including our employee groups, and especially as we move along with the climate and culture change work, I think this is really critical to that. Thank you.
Gretchen, can you explain how we're going to be doing because what's really difficult is getting outreach to the frontline workers and out into the yards. So do you want to explain a little bit how we're doing it this time?
Sure thing. So this week alone, we have been out pop-ups at the yards at the time of the most benefit, where we'll be able to see the most operators. We're also joining the operations town hall meetings. We will be going to the employee EAC. What's the EAC?
Employee Advisory Council.
The Employee Advisory Committee at Shibuya next week to get some more feedback. We've got a survey going out, and we will continue to go on. I believe we have a dozen or so frontline employee specific events.
Yeah, and we're also, we actually had one today at North Yard in the morning, and I think one of the areas that we're hearing a lot of feedback from our frontline workers is safety, not only for the operator but also the passengers as well. And there is, and our frontline workers, they really take pride in their work. And one of the things that we're hearing from them is that they do like working for VTA, but they also want to see that we can improve where there's some shortcomings.
Thank you. Vice Chair.
Thanks, Chair. In the interest of time, I'll just throw out a few things quickly. I'm not sure that I actually have a question, but it seems to me that on the stakeholder engagement, there are some areas where we could go deeper. I think to Mayor Turner's point, MPS is really interesting, but I think it would be useful for us to get the breakdown to try to understand what's driving that and to really understand for our current customers, what do they believe? If they're excited and want to promote, the whole theory of MPS is they'll be our top referrals or referrers to others. I'm also curious, maybe I do have a question. Did we do any polling or focus groups with the folks we think are our target growth market? So maybe people who don't ride transit but live or work within a quarter mile of a stop or a station, for example. What do we know about the people who we think we're most likely to be able to attract, if anything?
That is, I will say that's not within the scope of the strategic plan, but that idea of how do we expand our ridership, what can we do to improve the customer experience, what can we do to encourage those who we see as really growth markets. That's something that we're looking at in other aspects, whether it's our Valley Transportation Plan update, which has had some outreach, but we're also about to embark on a customer experience plan. And so some of those are concepts that we'll pull into that versus the strategic plan is much more of the big picture and vision, and we'll have some individual strategies, but I would see some of those as a strategy of the strategic plan as opposed to the individual recommendations. So Joshua, I'll let you.
Yeah, I mean, the general idea of the strategic plan is that you want to expand your business, right? You want to attract more customers. And so part of that is certainly understanding what they need, but that's why we do all this outreach. That's why we talk to people. That's what why we hear from people. And what we hear is pretty consistent in terms of what people want across transit agencies in the country and also here, which is they want to feel safe, they want to get where they're going quickly, they want to have a good customer experience. All those things are pretty consistent. So you can grow your ridership base when you provide far better services. That's the bottom line.
Okay. On the stakeholder groups, so I'm glad we talked about employees. I noticed we have a number of different stakeholder institutions. I didn't see employers in there. Seems like they're a potentially strategic partner for us. Are they on your list?
Yeah, so for sure. When you think about the potential for expansion and when dealing with land use, for example, but also when you're thinking about expansion of the transit network, employers are going to be absolutely critical to figuring out how we can do that effectively, especially because that's where a lot of the innovation can occur as far as partnerships and thinking about how to do this a little bit differently in the future. So that is definitely a part of it.
Okay. They're not yet on the list, but they will be.
Well,
I didn't see them reflected in any of the slides, but
Right,
you're
no,
saying you'll be adding them?
I mean, it's not that we can certainly add the discussions with employers if that's helpful. I think that what we're hearing from our stakeholders in general tends to cover a lot of that, but we can do additional outreach to them if that's helpful.
Okay. Well, I guess I'll just say I'm really glad that we're thinking about a long-term strategic plan. I think coming back to the board with updates and helping us understand trends is really important. Getting aligned around what our strategies are for achieving our goals, I think is really valuable. I do hope, though, that we are on a path to recurring updates that help us go deeper and understand the insights. Like the trend, the initial surface level trends are really good. I think benchmarks with other agencies. I don't think it's good enough to say if we provide a better service, we'll have ridership growth. Like I think it's important to articulate what are the business goals, how are we in alignment on the ones we're prioritizing, and based on all this research, both bottom up from the customers we've got to the customers we want or think we can grow into, to the top-down needs of the organization to drive ridership, fare box recovery, and be fiscally sustainable and whatever other strategic goals we're going to set. I think we're going to have to get a lot deeper so that we can develop insights that help us govern the organization. So it's a good start. I love the framework and the idea that we're doing this, but definitely looking for some of that deeper analysis to give us the insights to be better directors over time. And how frequently would we be getting updates on this ongoing strategic planning work?
Right. So one thing I want to observe is, so what the strategic plan framework and the mission goals and the actions will give us is, where is it we're trying to go? What are those strategies and actions we want to put in place to see if we'll get there? The strategic plan itself is not going to answer your question. It's going to frame the questions. And then part of what the actions will do will be, for example, say one of our actions will be to report quarterly on XYZ metrics. And so that's one reason we're trying to get through the strategic plan in the next year, so we can get that baseline set and we can get going with those actions. And then to your question, I'll let Rahul talk about how frequently we'll be coming back to the board.
Yeah, so right now, one of the things we are going to do, as you saw in the presentation, is that we're going to have a board workshop coming up in September to get some more detailed discussions on what we need to be looking at as part of the plan update. And throughout the lifetime of the plan, we intend to complete the plan, I think, in summer of next year. So I can imagine after we've come to the board and finished all our public outreach, one of the things that we'll do is come back and put together that framework, and then come bring that framework to the board to have more discussion on that.
All right. Well, I'll be looking forward to the board workshop where we can hopefully get into more detail together. Thanks, Chair.
And I'll reserve my comments for now, but I think I'll have some related suggestions on some of those topics. Let's just keep going down the line. I see Director Jane, then Director Weinberg, and Sell.
Yeah, I've been involved in strategic plans at some nonprofits, and sometimes when you're done, they just sit on the shelf and nobody looks at them. Can you talk to that?
Yeah, and so that's why we have specific action items that are going to be in the plan with designated accountability. So it won't just be an action item, but it'll be who's responsible, what's the timeline, and what are the metrics for which that we're going to use to evaluate progress along that action item. Because exactly, we want to avoid some document that people forget about and has no relevance. The key is that we're going to have accountability for what's in the plan.
Thank you. Director Weinberg.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much for the presentation. This is an exciting project, and I really appreciate all the work that you've done so far. I had comments that were very similar to the Vice Chairperson's, and I won't repeat them for the sake of time and because he's more eloquent than I am. But one additional stakeholder that I hope you'll consider looking at is other transit agencies. There's been a lot of talk in this room about transit transformation. We're going to talk about that later tonight, I'm sure. And one way or another, that seems to be the way of the future. So how we are working with, how we are coordinating with agencies to the north of us, agencies to the south of us, I think it has a place in the report. And I hope you'll consider our peer agencies, our sister agencies, as stakeholders, or at least potential stakeholders.
Yeah, that was a big part of the outreach that we've done already, is talk to other transit agencies in the region. So when we showed those interview results, a lot of that was based on those conversations.
Wonderful. Thank you. I'm glad to hear that. The one thing I didn't hear tonight that kind of concerns me is a discussion about the biggest constraint that you have on the project. And that the biggest constraint, I think, has to be our budget. You could put together an absolutely awesome strategic plan that would be incredible and would change Silicon Valley, but if there's no money to do it, then it's going to end up sitting on the shelf because there's no money to do it. So I was wondering if you could just give me a brief reassurance or talk a little bit about the process of how you are considering our budget. And that's not to say that you should not propose a broad vision, a bold vision, that maybe will help us inform future budget decisions. But again, the reality is that we have to work within our budget, and I want to make sure that that's foremost in your mind as you're moving forward.
Yeah. So the whole idea of a strategic plan is for this board and this agency to set your priorities, right? And say, this is what matters to us. And that's what you will see when the plan is developed, is it's going to say, these are the goals we care about. These are the action items related to those goals. If it's in the plan, then the idea is that's what's going to get the resources. If it's not in the plan, it's not getting resources. It is not a budget. It's not a budget document, but it is an indication of priorities, which is what a budget is, right? So it's very much related to the spending. Now, we want to propose an ambitious vision. We want to propose something that you may not have all the resources right now, today, at hand to fund everything in the plan, but it will prioritize the things that you care about, and so you'll know where to start, and you'll get the things done that matter the most.
Thanks so much, Director Sell. And then I'll come back to Director Arenas.
Okay, I'll be brief. But as we move forward in time, some of the measures, ballot measures that fund much of what VTA has will be expiring. And so sometimes it's good to get a polling of the larger electorate so that it gives a sense of what VTA, what's important to the community, and then VTA, maybe their strategic plan could also consider prioritizing that. So that would be an eye on the future, an eye on prioritizing things that the larger community would want and would put VTA in a good position to renew some of those future funding measures. That's my input. My other input is that the result of this in terms of the action item, will come out with a work plan, and the work plan will have items, and then the items will say, this work plan item will be done by X date by these people, and then the workers' workload will be considered in that, and also the board's prioritization.
Yes, so each action item in the plan will come along with specific timeline, metrics, and responsibility, and that will be the part of the job of VTA will be to, as staff going forward, will be to track that and make sure that we're meeting those deadlines and meeting those metrics, and the people responsible are taking care of those action items. So that's an absolutely critical component of the plan, and there will be, I imagine, reports to the board on that progress regularly.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks so much. Director Arenas.
Thank you. I really appreciate your comments, Director Sell. I think we have to really listen to what our community wants. I appreciate that you've already begun doing that with your qualitative efforts. And I know that we're going to have a workshop in September, or one-to-ones with each of the board members. And so to me, I still have a question about how are we aligning what we know is important to the community, what is important to the directors, and then what was within the last strategic plan that didn't get accomplished, that is still outstanding and may still be important, and we don't have to recreate the wheel, because the other question that I have is, we understand what's important, and we understand some of the trends, as you know, you've preemptively given us a bit of an idea of what some of those trends are, including traffic congestion. But how do we really solve for those? What are the best practices? What is an industry standard in terms of a resolution, a solution for some of these trends? And what is it that we want to do locally different that you say, you know, that we want to aspire to, right? And so I guess for me, I'd love to see in the next step of this is, what did we accomplish in the last 10-year plan? What did we do that we did very well? And what were some of those areas of improvement? Because I think we can learn from what we've done in the past and how we can actually course correct for the future. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and I can address some of that. I would say, I'm going to start with your questions backwards, that's what we're starting with, is what we can improve. I think one of the things we've learned, and that's what our consultants and Joshua's really brought to us, is a better way to do strategic plan. The last time I would characterize it is we did the mission and vision and goals separately, and then the business plan, and then we were supposed to do actions, and in the middle of all that, the pandemic hit, and it went a little off the rails in terms of we weren't able to focus on it. So we ended up with a really good document that expressed like what we wanted to be someday without a lot of specifics and metrics. Now we're going to do all of that together at one time instead of doing it one step at a time. So what I can't point to is how well did we do against the last plan, because we didn't really get that far. But I think we've learned from that and why it's so important to have that. So this is why it's really going to be important in the board workshop on the 19th to get all of your input to hear what that is. And I'm going to put in a little plug for the fact that we do have a public workshop coming up on September 25th. So we will, in the one-on-ones, ask all of you to advertise that in your own, media and all that, because we would like to get a wide range of public input.
Great. And, as it stands, growth in traffic congestion, I know one of the bullets here is we've experienced a 24% increase, and I think it's fair to say high cost of living, and the solution for many folks is to live outside of this area. But I think it would be really important for us to recognize what that story really is for folks, instead of this assumption that I'm making. And you're nodding your head, because I think we all kind of collectively agree that people have been relocating. We hear that through school board actions and the closure of a lot of our schools. But I think it would be a really good opportunity for us to get the right story about what I refer to as super commuters and what their stories are. And I know that they work here, they may not live here, but they work here. And so if there's a source or an avenue for us to connect with those kinds of workers, even though they're not our residents, they're still commuters that impact our daily lives.
And so one of the things that InfraStrategies has brought, and you saw that in some of the conclusions they've already made, is a very data-driven approach as opposed to anecdotal. So we do know a lot of stories, we do know a lot of impressions, but how many people is that really? Which direction are they coming from? How many people are local? How much is the work from home and telecommuting really impacting how people travel? So we're going to be incorporating that data-driven approach.
I love that. And, the county is one of the largest employers, and not everybody lives in this county. So I would be really open to facilitating some of that connection with some of our county employees, if that helps at all. But thank you for getting us started on the strategic plan. I'm really big on strategic plans. I like the process. I like having a very specific target, having a collective definition of values and agreement, because as a board, then we can figure out the kinds of decisions or kinds of steps that we can take in order to achieve what we really would like. And since this board's makeup changes over time, I think it's really important to not wait every 5 years, but maybe to have some of those updates go along with some of the shifts in the composition of the board as well. So those were my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. And I see Director Kamei.
Thank you so much. I want to follow up on Director Arenas' question about, or comment on the accomplishments. And, you know, I think that it's going to be really, really important to say what we have delivered, because I think that there are communities that have pretty much gotten very, very little. And I represent an area on the west side that really does not have a lot of the options that we wish we had. And I will say some community members feel forgotten. So I just want to speak on behalf of them to be able to let you know that I constantly am being sort of reminded that what are we getting? We have 2 buses, that's it. And, you know, I think that as we look at, and I know this is a document that will have priorities and all of that, but things have taken a lot longer than anybody anticipated. You know, even the East Side Light Rail to, you know, East Ridge, 22 years. That's a long time. And so, you know, I think that as we look at what it is that we're going to do and how we're going to prioritize, I think that we need to also think about communities that feel forgotten. You know, I lived in Morgan Hill for many, many years, and, you know, I understand that that's a community in, you know, South County that constantly is being forgotten, right? Or the sentiment is that, oh, well, you know, everything is up there and we're just down here. And I think that as we think of a 10-year plan, we want to sort of like stretch to make it more inclusive. And I think that that has not really been as emphasized, I guess, you know. And while I do know we have limited dollars, and I know Director Weinberg had talked about the funding, right? Because you can't do it if you don't have money, right? Or you have limited amount dollars, and then you can only go so far. I think that that somehow we're going to have to figure out how to get to those communities that feel forgotten. That's all I have.
Thank you. Any other comments? Just a few things. I'm going to pick up on that, and Director Kamei, and I'm going to pick on you a little bit, just because we come from the same area, and I share the concerns because I hear them too. I think it actually really speaks to the need for this plan and the approach the consultants are taking, because part of what we started the presentation with was that there is confusion around what story do we tell about the agency. And so I fully agree with everything you're saying. And there are benefits that, from whether it's managing congestion or just reducing the number of cars, all these other benefits, bicycle and pedestrian improvements, that we may not be communicating, understand, even us as board members, can be better able to tell that story. So just using it as an example, I think it speaks to the complexity of the agency in addition to the vital specific investments that you're speaking to. I'll withhold most of my specific issues for the workshop discussion, which I really look forward to, but I appreciate everyone really leaning in on this, because this is such an opportunity that doesn't always come around, for this board to be able to weigh in on not just a 5-year update, although I know it'll still be updated at the 5-year mark, but a 10-year strategic plan, I think is really exciting. and will be a unique opportunity. I would suggest, again, I look forward to the workshop. I do want to lift up the importance of engaging employers as stakeholders, because we have a number of agreements with large employers on things like programs for passes. That I think that's a significant segment of our customers, so to speak. And I think I would have two suggestions. I think one is to take the feedback you've heard. If there are things that maybe aren't currently in the scope as envisioned, maybe to bring that to the workshop and have a discussion. If you're hearing that, what will that take? Just at a minimum, and then if there are things, we can't just endlessly keep expanding the scope. So then the other thing I would ask is when the process is done, if there are things that truly would just be a longer term process, but you're hearing the interest, and at the workshop you hear that continued, those questions and engagement, if there are things we should do separately, other things we should look at in order to enact some of the ideas that come out of this, just to get the deeper level of data, which I think we're all going to want, bring that back to us, because we'll need that information to make informed decisions, to then get to the policy priorities and choices that we need to be making. So I look forward to continuing that process, but again, I do hope you'll hear this feedback tonight and think about, within the scope that we have, what can we add. I also, like others have said, want to lift up the importance of continuing to engage labor leaders and labor units, unrepresented employees, and just thinking expansively about our stakeholders. I also think one of the things that may or may not be in this process, I'd love to get to maybe customer profiles, to start expanding, complicating, while also crystallizing our picture of who our riders are, instead of just the assumptions that even members of the public, media, et cetera, sometimes make about who is relying on our services that maybe don't tell the full story. So just some initial ideas, but I appreciate you bringing this back. Appreciate the work of everyone, but particularly want to highlight, Deborah, your leadership in this, and taking learnings from past times, and really from what I'm hearing, using it to improve the process this time around. So any final comments or questions or feedback? Great. Thank you so much for that item.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. And as this is an informational item, we don't need a motion. And that'll bring us to item 8.2. This will be an action item to adopt a position on SB 63. The full staff recommendation is on the screen and will be discussed. And while they're coming up, we will first hear from Beverly Green, our Chief Government Affairs Officer, who will also introduce our speakers. Sorry, Beverly, go ahead.
Good evening, Chair Lopez and members of the VTA Board. I am Beverly Green, Chief Government Affairs Officer, bringing this action item recommending the board opt into Senate Bill 63, the San Francisco Bay Area Local Revenue Measure Transportation Funding, which has been authored by State Senators Wiener and Arreguín under specific conditions. Joining me is the Deputy General Manager, Greg Richardson, and Aaron Quigley, Senior Policy Analyst, to present this overview of the many opportunities we see in joining SB 63 and our recommended position on opting in. This has been a long, intensive discussion, and I would like to thank the board for your leadership and for dedicating so many hours to these public discussions, along with your advocacy. We'd also like to extend our thanks to your staff, as well as the authors of SB 63. This collaboration has yielded a position that we believe will bring real benefits to our entire region and to VTA, especially in meeting our obligations to Caltrain and transit transformation. It will allow VTA to invest in our bus and light rail service through the visionary network, transit signal priority, innovation, and other transit needs. Considering the size of the populations we serve, these improvements are critical regional priorities too. In the presentation, we will outline the staff recommendation to opt into the measure, discuss how we got here, and the expenditure plan. We will provide a high-level summary of our approach to a public process to develop the program of projects for funds received by VTA and a recently introduced accountability committee. Then we will ask you to consider the recommendation. Next slide. Actually, keep in mind that we have a high-level summary of the staff recommendation on the screen. I'm going to share the actual staff recommendation language. It is to opt in to the new Regional Transit Revenue Measure District and the subsequent transportation revenue measure to be placed on the November 2026 ballot under the following conditions. A, the use of revenues generated within Santa Clara County is limited to VTA's contribution of 0.25% for the administration of the tax, 5% toward transit transformation initiatives, and VTA's 43.33% of Caltrain distributions, which are capped each year at 7.12% of the overall total program revenues, with the remainder dedicated to VTA for any operating or capital expenses needed to support transit service restoration, innovative mobility solutions, and enhancements to the passenger experience. B, legislation shall provide that all return to source funds destined to VTA in the SB 63 expenditure plan shall be subvened directly to VTA and shall not be held, reduced, or conditioned. C, VTA actions to opt in and endorse SB 63 are contingent upon the author's acceptance of these amendments and not including any subsequent amendments to SB 63 that contradict these amendments after the VTA board has taken action. And then the next section is seek formal commitments from regional partners and leadership in the legislature to prioritize transportation needs in Santa Clara County for cap and trade and other state funding, given Santa Clara County contributions to Caltrain through SB 63. Next slide. And I will call your attention to the second point that I made in the prior slide. The language has been clarified to specify what we expect out of the measure. Okay, path to recommendation. Okay. On this slide, we are providing an overview of how we got here tonight. As you know, the new legislation was introduced by State Senators Wiener and Arreguín in March to pursue new transit funding for 3 counties with the option to opt in for 2 counties, San Mateo and Santa Clara. We held a board workshop on last Friday following May and June board meetings, board discussions, many discussions resulting in our discussion tonight. A number of regional collaborational efforts. There have been multiple meetings with the bill authors, their staff, our colleagues across the region, MTC, the transit authorities, Caltrain, and other elected officials. And now I will turn this over to Greg Richardson, Deputy GM, to review the analysis of our path to this staff recommendation.
Thank you, Beverly. Again, Greg Richardson, Deputy General Manager. So as part of the path to this recommendation, and this was part of what we discussed during last week's board workshop, over the past several months, an evaluation of possible measures was refined to basically the 3 that we're showing up on the screen. And we won't get into the details that we discussed last week, but although the 2 local measures address the renewal element of our current 2000 Measure A, SB 63 met our more immediate needs, related to our pending deficits and our Caltrain obligation, while providing necessary funding to address longer-term transit needs that Beverly just highlighted. And so for this reason, you now see join SB 63 in green as the staff recommendation. On the next slide, we start getting into a little bit more of the benefits. And so as we've discussed today and even at the workshop, we discussed more about the history and the path to the current recommendation with a focus on the process of how we've gotten here. And we sometimes lose focus on discussing the benefits of opting in to SB 63. So from a regional perspective, this measure is critical to the users in the entire Bay Area who rely every day on transit. This measure will ensure agencies throughout the region, with emphasis on BART, Muni, Caltrain, and AC Transit, are able to meet the service needs of those they serve. It also provides funding to address regional transit transformation initiatives important to all transit users that without the measure may not be addressed. From a VTA perspective, it ensures we have funding to meet our current deficits while providing us the time needed to evaluate our current business model and resolve the projected future deficits. It also allows for the implementation of the visionary network, which is to restore and expand service in our county and enhance and improve overall connectivity with regional networks. And it gives us the opportunity to invest in ways to improve the passenger experience and the passenger journey. So on the next slide, as a refresher, this is the draft expenditure plan that was discussed last week as well. That's within SB 63. And so VTA and all participating counties would contribute 0.25% to the administration of the measure and the funds. One note is the limitation in San Francisco, the 0.25% is related to the first 1/2 cent of their measure. Also, VTA and the participating counties will contribute 5% to the Transit Transformation Action Plan to be administered by MTC. Again, that same limitation for San Francisco exists. That 5% is to the first 1/2 cent of their sales tax. And we'll touch a little bit more on the anticipated expenditure plan related to the transit transformation, but the key elements are the regional mapping and wayfinding, along with transit signal priority, accessibility, and then the fare programs. And after these off-the-top items, the remainder is anticipated to be allocated to the defined agencies and counties, us being one of the counties, based on percentages of the total measure as defined in the measure. So as we go to the next slide, we talk a little bit in more details of the numbers. And so you'll recall this slide from Friday's workshop. The one change we have made is to include the total region percent column, which I'll touch on in just a little bit. So a reminder, assuming concurrence today, this is intended to be a 5-county, 14-year, 1/2 cent measure. Again, the exception there is that San Francisco is expected to implement a full penny sales tax. And because of this board's engagement and input, Santa Clara County will see approximately $200 million more in revenue over the life of the measure, with the reduction of the administration fee and transit transformation from 11% to the current 5.25%. Now, regarding the chart, the dollars referenced are in fiscal year 2031 as used in the draft language of the bill. The dollar figures help provide some context regarding level of magnitude. However, the percentages, as the bill is identified, will be the main drivers as we move forward. And so if you look at the administration and transit transformation lines, the 0.25% and the 5% will come from each respective county, again with San Francisco limited to the first 1/2 cent of this measure, which is why you're seeing in the total region percentages for both the administration fee and transit transformation slightly different numbers than the 0.25 and the 5, because the total dollar amount being recovered from those two items to the total measure is slightly less than the 0.25 and the 5%, given that first 1/2 cent that's being allocated to San Francisco. Now, when you get into the individual agencies and then the county, so we'll use Caltrain as the example. So for Caltrain, the measure stipulates that 7.12% of the total revenue, so again, 7.12% of $1.054 billion will be distributed to Caltrain. Of that amount, whatever that amount is, 43.33% is attributed to VTA, which equates, in this example, to $32.5 million, or on the VTA side or Santa Clara side, the 10.38%. And so for VTA, again, when you look at the total regional percentages, The amount remitted to VTA will be 25.05% of the total region amount, equating to $264 million. So that lays a little bit more in the context of the dollars versus the percentages as it relates to the overall expenditure plan. And as mentioned previously, each county will contribute 5% of their respective SB 63 revenue on an annual basis to support transit transformation initiatives throughout the region. Again, always caveat, remembering that San Francisco is contributing the 5% based on their first half cent of sales tax. This program will be administered by MTC with the goal of making transit more affordable, accessible, and easier to use through rider-focused improvements. The current expenditure plan developed by MTC has the following three categories as funding priorities. First, the fare programs, estimated at $25 million each year. This is to support free or reduced cost transfers for riders, more specifically when you cross multiple systems, and increasing the capacity of the Clipper Start program. On the accessibility, the estimated amount is $10 million each year, along with ensuring uniform eligibility throughout the region and allowing seamless travel across jurisdictional boundaries. Focus will also be placed on developing and improving options for first and last mile mobility. And then lastly, on the wayfinding and transit priority is estimated at $10 million. And as mentioned before, this is VTA's highest priority. But on the wayfinding side, the regional focus is to provide a level of uniformity and signage at intermodal hubs to improve the rider experience. And as mentioned on the slide, VTA will work with MTC and the region on prioritizing these funds to ensure that transit signal priority is a focus for Santa Clara County. And again, as we discussed last Friday, the fair share contribution to Caltrain has been one of the more significant discussions this board has engaged in over the past several months, and ultimately how it gets addressed in SB 63. So again, previously, the board accepted the allocation referred to as option F, with VTA assuming responsibility of Gilroy service, and Measure RR was attributed to the county or agency as part of its member contribution. This resulted in contributions from member agencies of $18.7 million from San Francisco, $32.9 million from San Mateo, and $23.4 million from VTA. That was the direction that's what we provided to this board as what they saw was our interpretation of that option. And that all was assuming a $75 million annual Caltrain deficit. This differed from Samtrans' interpretation of what they saw as an $18 million San Francisco contribution, a $25.5 million San Mateo contribution, and a $31.5 million VTA. And recognizing that we had what would be considered irreconcilable differences in the financial considerations of SFMTA, the Ad Hoc Governance Committee developed the compromise allocation, which is shown here, which is now incorporated as part of SB 63. And as part of this process, with the funds going directly to Caltrain to address their anticipated deficits, Caltrain has stated these funds will serve as a cap on operating contributions from partner agencies for the duration of the measure. And through the JPB and the Caltrain Ad Hoc Committee, VTA will continue to seek refinement of the Caltrain governance structure and the JPA, while also working to increase advocacy and collaboration in the region for state and local funds for critical transit infrastructure for the region. And so to talk more about the public process and uses of the funds, I'll turn it back over to Beverly.
And after we get through all that, for the approximately $264 million annually that VTA would expect to receive through this measure, we would anticipate a broad category of transit needs that we have outlined that we would be able to use these funds for. But first, we do want to let you know that we expect that there would be a very robust public engagement program that would touch every corner of the county to help us understand what is important to our community, what resonates with them, what needs they have, and to use that feedback to decide how we would spend the money. This would be similar to VTA's most recent measure, the engagement of the most recent measure 2016, Measure B, which was a robust months-long effort to engage broad ranges of the community interest that led to the program of projects funded by the measure. After voter approval, we embarked on a methodical public process to develop the programs, scoring criteria, and related policies. Again, we would expect to do the same here, and we would touch every community across the county. Next slide. As you saw last Friday at the board workshop, here are the broad transit operations and transit supportive capital expenses that we've been talking about to give you a sense of what projects and services VTA could provide with the funds returned to source. We put together the preliminary list you see on the screen. This covers a range of our transit needs and recognizing that VTA provides additional multimodal improvements as well. Safety and security are a critical part of all these categories, and we would hope that these types of expenditures would be eligible too. Primary among them would be the implementation of our visionary network, VTA's plan to restore, connect, and expand its transit service. This also includes transit capital projects, especially transit signal priority, and other necessary improvements that provide for the implementation of the visionary network. First and last mile connections, station enhancements, and necessary bus and light rail fleet upgrades are all needs that we see as potentially eligible for a portion of these funds. Again, we anticipate developing a transparent public process for approving programs of these projects in the future. Here are some examples of these transit supportive needs, innovation projects, and transit signal priority. So these are some of the kinds of things that we might be able to invest in, again, after we approach our community and understand what is important to them. Next slide. Sales tax accountability has been at the forefront of our thoughts. The SB 63 authors have outlined accountability provisions for SB 63. This accountability committee is intended to give participating counties recourse when there is a dispute with an operator about service levels. It applies to the operators that are on the screen: BART, SFMTA, Caltrain, AC Transit, not to VTA. Next slide. Upcoming dates are on the screen. The authors have requested that counties opt into SB 63 by Monday, August 11th. However, if the bill were amended in a way detrimental to VTA, you will meet again on September 4, and you would have the opportunity at that time to modify your position on this bill or recommend new amendments before the deadline in the legislature. The final day to pass bills is September 12th. Amendments need to be approved 72 hours before the final vote. And so again, going to the staff recommendation, it is to opt in, consistent with the staff recommendation within the board memo, opt into SB 63, the transportation revenue measure, to be placed on the 2026 ballot under these conditions. And with that, this ends the presentation, and we are available to answer any questions or hear your comments.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Let's go to public comment. Do we have people wishing to speak in person or online?
Thank you.
Harry Neal.
All right, good evening, board members. As you may have seen, I was involved in a rally outside of this building to encourage you all to opt in. And first of all, I want to thank staff for the presentation and thank you for your recommendation listening to the community. This is truly an unprecedented opportunity for us, and we cannot afford to avoid it. The concerns that Director Kamei and Chair Lopez raised earlier during the strategic plan discussion about the lack of geographic balance of VTA's network, this creates, this opportunity allows us to potentially tackle that with these new resources that we'd be able to access. And the service improvements on the table with the Visionary Network are not quite Tokyo levels of service, but they are really, really a fantastic step towards a world-class transit network. Please listen to our community and opt in. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'll call up the next few speakers. First, Jack McGovern, Elizabeth Agament-Justiniano, and then Sebastian Petty.
Good evening, Board. My name is Jack McGovern, and I'm speaking on behalf of the South Bay Labor Council and the over 100 affiliated unions that we represent. Thank you to the Board here and to staff for your commitment to working collaboratively to identify resources for the Bay Area transit system. We need this. Riders and VTA employees in Santa Clara County, from Gilroy to Palo Alto, deserve a safe, affordable, reliable, and seamless transportation experience. We conceptually support SB 63, but we need commitments locally and regionally that any amended bill language will reflect the urgent needs of VTA and the South Bay. We expect that Santa Clara County's regional priorities, namely Caltrans governance structure, return to source guarantees, and VTA's ability to use allocated funding without any restrictions, will be meaningfully addressed by its regional partners. It's imperative that SB 63 delivers on these commitments, and we believe it will. And we're looking forward to working with you all on SB 63 so we can improve the Bay Area transportation system for the betterment of working families. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth.
Okay, hi, my name is Elizabeth, and I'm here to encourage the board to join the regional transportation measure funding, however you say it. I think it's going to be a really great idea. It's going to provide a lot of revenue, and I myself am a lifelong public transit user. I live in downtown San Jose for the last 11 years, and I take the VTA, both the light rail and the bus, every single day. And so it's really important that we have funding to help us in expanding our transportation and making it more accessible and more reliable. Also really interested in the fare program and like the Clipper Start program. I work at a family homeless shelter, and so it'd be great if we had more uplift passes and more like reduced cost cards, so that folks who are currently unhoused, they are able to get to their doctor's appointments and get to work and just travel as they need to. So this really seems like an unprecedented opportunity to be able to connect San Jose even further with the Bay Area region, connecting the North Bay and the South Bay together and making it more sustainable. I'm really also worried that there's not going to be a lot of money coming from the federal government for obvious reasons. Thank you.
Thank you, Sebastian.
Good evening, Chair Lopez, Vice Chair Mahan, and board members. My name is Sebastian Petty, and I'm here representing Spur. First, I really want to thank all of you as well as staff for just the really intensive and very thoughtful engagement on this issue. We both appreciate the time you've put into it, and we appreciate that this is turning into a better bill because of your engagement, so thank you for that. I'm cognizant that I'm standing here in the biggest city in the region, in the largest county in the region, and so I'm here to encourage you to really assume that mantle of regional leadership and opt into SB 63. As you've heard from staff, this is a bill that is tremendously important to the region as a whole. It also is one that holds tremendous benefits for VTA and for the residents of Santa Clara County. So again, we appreciate your engagement. We encourage you to opt in, and we encourage you to work with your legislative delegation to work out any remaining details. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do you have anyone else wishing to speak in person? Okay, let's go to online public comment.
Thank you, Chair. And before I call the speakers, I want to note for the record that we have received written public comment and have posted on the agenda portal. So first, I will call Eugene, followed by Jordan and Jenny. Eugene, go ahead. You may begin speaking when ready.
Evening once again, board members, Eugene Bradley, Silicon Valley Transit users. I echo the prior commenter in that San Jose is now the capital of the Bay Area. That's a fact. It cannot be denied. I've also been reading about how cities like Philadelphia and Pittsburgh they've already proposed devastating service cuts because they have not gotten any money from the federal government, nor even from their own state government. So normally, my group has opposed many of these sales taxes, and this is going to be the first one in our history. I've been doing this since 2000, which I'll actually begin pushing to actually support SB 63. People shouldn't have to read about how the South Bay, how the Bay Area is one of the most progressive areas in a country that's dividing itself, is reducing bus service and transit service at a time when others like Philadelphia and Pittsburgh are doing that. Let's be a part of SB 63 and help the Bay Area, help show the nation that government can work together for the good of all people and not just tear it apart like we're seeing down in Washington itself. The only ask that I personally have, let's make sure that SB 63 has a gross receipts tax and not that larger businesses can buy into and not just one for everybody else. Thank you.
Jordan?
Hi, Jordan Molda from the city of San Jose. Thank you for the staff who have been working on negotiations all these months and to our board members who have been doing the same. I'm really excited about tonight's staff recommendation, and I really urge all of you to vote in support. All of us, VTA, Caltrain, BART, and all the other agencies that we ride really need this extra support to not only restore service, but really to expand service beyond what it's been and really to create a world-class transit service here in the Bay Area. So I'm really excited about that prospect. And importantly, even if all the individual counties were to have done their own measures instead, the really key part about this bill is the fact that it'll have the regional funding pot, which allows for initiatives that wouldn't be able to be accomplished by every individual agency going alone. So I'm really supportive of us contributing to that regional transformation pot, and I hope that we will encourage MTC to prioritize the things that can only be accomplished regionally, things like fare integration and the Clipper Start program and wayfinding, and have VTA use some portion of our revenues for implementing things like transit signal priority. Thank you.
Jenny?
Dear board and staff, I'm Jenny Michelle, native resident of Menlo Park. I'm a user of all the transit agencies serving Santa Clara and San Mateo counties. Personal comments, I support SB 63 at the half cent or business tax level. I am a disabled worker and mother who uses transit to meet my needs. I am always impressed with how public transit actually does meet my mobility needs. So super great job, you guys. But similar to my paratransit friends, if transit fails, my livelihood disappears and would devastate our family. The way I see it, we as an agency cannot afford fiscally or politically to not opt in. For better or for worse, any efforts to fight against this measure, I take personally and consider it a threat to my survival and success. I therefore beg you to please opt in. I am so incredibly grateful to staff for their work and recommendations. You understand the assignment and represent the best of us. I am sending you a big virtual hug right now. Thank you. Jenny.
Next three speakers, Alex, Noor, and April.
Hello, I am Alex Upshaw. I'm a San Francisco resident and a non-driver by choice. I commute to work in downtown Mountain View at least 3 times per week on Caltrain. I routinely have business at the Santa Clara office of a client of my employer, and I take VTA Light Rail Orange Line to get there from the Mountain View Caltrain. As a transit user, I know making service less frequent and reliable will make life more difficult than it already is for those who depend on it, and it will drive those with the means away from it altogether, further congesting our roads and polluting our air with car traffic. I'm deeply concerned agencies across the Bay Area, not the least of which BART and Caltrain, are at serious risk of being forced to make deep service cuts, and that's why I wanted to put in a word of support for Santa Clara County joining the SB 63 measure, as insofar as I'm aware, it's the best shot that we have as a region at preventing devastating service cuts. I'd also like to encourage VTA to view the modest transit transformation component of the measure as a benefit, not a cost of the measure, as I've found it convenient myself that my Caltrain monthly passes cover my transfers to VTA Light Rail, and I also subjectively feel like the timing of those transfers has gotten a little better since when I first started making them. It would be great if more interagency transfers were like that. And trips across county lines are very common in the Bay Area, and I think we can help grow transit ridership in the long term by making those trips more appealing and seamless on transit than they are today. Thank you very much for your time.
Noor?
Good evening, members of the board. I just want to thank members of the board and staff for all their hard work over the last several months on this topic. I'm a member of the Transit Coalition, and I depend on public transit to get around. I ride BART, I ride Caltrain, I ride VTA, I ride Camtrans, and so this matters a lot to me because I depend on public transit. The Bay Area is a 9-county interconnected region with millions of people traveling between counties, and our transportation decisions need to reflect this. We cannot make decisions so we cannot be in such isolation. We have to recognize that so many people commute and travel between all the different counties of the Bay Area, and therefore our transportation decisions should reflect this, and we should join the regional measure so we can get reliable, robust transit funding and stop devastating service cuts. So I encourage the board to take the staff recommendation to opt into SB 63. Thank you.
April?
Hi, my name is April Webster, and I have lived in Mountain View for 15 years. I'm originally from Vancouver, BC, where I took transit every single day, buses, SkyTrain, and SeaBus. I took that as a working professional and also for my day-to-day life. And let me tell you, it wasn't unusual. It's simply how people get around there because the service is so frequent and so comprehensive. After surgery here in the Bay Area, transit was the only way I could get around for several months, and it gave me the independence I needed when I couldn't drive. I still use Caltrain, BART, and VTA, and I know how essential, reliable, affordable, and frequent transit is for staying connected to work, community, and everyday needs. And that's why I'm urging you to approve the staff recommendation for Santa Clara County to opt into SB 63. This funding will prevent deep service cuts, expand the service, and deliver benefits like free transfers, low-income discounts, coordinated paratransit, and faster, more frequent service. I believe recent polling shows that business tax performs better than the sales tax with voters, and it's also a more equitable option. While I support joining the regional measure now to prevent cuts, I do hope that the board will keep exploring fair funding options for the future. Thank you so much for working toward a coordinated rider-focused system that will keep our county and region moving forward. Thank you.
Next 3 speakers, Evan, Adina, and Adrian. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Evan. I'm a high school senior at Bases Independent in San Jose, California. I've lived here and been transit dependent my whole life. First, I'd like to thank board and staff for their many months of work on this crucial matter and trying to get the best possible deal for Santa Clara County. I would like to urge today the board to vote in favor of staff's recommendation to opt in to SB 63. Opting into this bill is absolutely crucial if you want to maintain and improve the quality of service both in Santa Clara County and throughout the whole Bay Area. There is not a single person in this county, I bet, or in this entire region whose life will end at a county line. Regional connectivity, which then itself spawns further business recovery and development is crucial for everyone, whether or not they're even transit riders themselves. As discussed at the workshop last week, SB 63 brings in $264 million in return to source, meaning that we will get a strong, full visionary network in our near future, enhanced TSP investment, and better reliability and coverage across our county, while also facilitating better regional connectivity and regional funding as well for systems like BART and Caltrain. As someone relying on transit to get to school, work, and basically everywhere I go, I can recognize that our transit desperately needs the funding to make these improvements happen. Thank you for your time.
Adina?
Yes. Hello, good evening, board members and staff. Adina Levin with Siemens Bay Area and Friends of Caltrain. Really thrilled to see the staff recommendation for Santa Clara County to opt in after all of the really hard work by board members and staff in really engaging with this issue and negotiating something that is now at a point that is being recommended for Santa Clara County to join. Just last night, San Mateo County decided to join, and Santa Clara County joining as well would put the 5 counties in the core Bay Area region served by the regional agencies all together in making sure that those agencies that serve Santa Clara County will continue to run and provide good service, while also getting that return to source funding that can fund the visionary network, the service improvements, and transit priority to make the service faster and more reliable. It includes the funding to coordinate the system and become more rider-friendly. I want to bring your attention to 2 letters that the board has received. One is signed by more than a dozen groups serving Santa Clara County, focusing on climate and active transportation and public transportation and housing. Lastly, on the transfers, some data showing that people using Clipper Start transfer just the same as people elsewhere in the region. So it's an affordability issue. Please support. Thank you.
Adrian?
Good afternoon, directors. My name's Adrian Brandt. I'm the chair of the Caltrain Joint Powers Board Citizens Advisory Committee, speaking as an individual this evening. I want to second and third and fourth all the comments of the previous speakers. They've eloquently stated many of the reasons why I urge you to support the staff recommendation. The Caltrain system, I've been riding since the 70s, and we have finally, as you know, electrified and modernized the system using super high performance, state-of-the-art, Swiss engineered trains that are just doing wonderful things for the service. It would just be an absolute shame to lose that momentum and have the service have to be cut if we don't help out close that fiscal gap that all of the agencies are facing. Just recently, the latest statistics, Caltrain was stuck at 30% of pre-pandemic for numerous months, and we're now trending toward close to 70% of pre-pandemic ridership since electrification. The ridership has doubled since last year. Just this last month, they carried over 1 million riders, and people are just flocking to the service ever since those electrified trains have started running with their onboard bathrooms, free Wi-Fi, high-performance Wi-Fi, power outlets at every seat. So we've really invested a lot, and we need to keep it going. Thank you.
Next speakers are James, Betsy, Cedric.
Good evening. My name is James Kuzmo. I am just speaking for myself today. I live in Mountain View and work in the city of Santa Clara, and like the prior commenters, I urge the board to accept the staff recommendation to opt in to SB 63. And to provide some additional color to that, I mean, I live in Mountain View, and that's very near San Mateo County. I don't care about county jurisdiction boundaries. I barely care about city jurisdiction boundaries in my travel. And I would look forward to both our transit agencies coordinating more amongst each other, as this process has shown we are able to start doing. And I look forward to the service improvements that being able to implement the visionary network for VTA, being able to do improved transit signal priority, and being able to increase Caltrain speeds and frequency will enable. I mean, if I just look at my own personal commute, I have to transfer between Caltrain and VTA Route 20 in Sunnyvale, and currently that actually works okay. Not perfect, but with more frequency on those lines, more speed on that bus from better transit signal priority, it would be reliably competitive with driving rather than just sort of competitive on the best day and risky on the worst if I miss a bad connection. And so I look forward to seeing better transit service for the decades to come in Santa Clara County and the region as a whole. Thank you.
Betsy?
Thank you. Betsy Magus. I'm a resident of Santa Clara and a member of the VTA Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee, speaking tonight for myself. Please support the staff recommendation and join the regional measure. Transportation is access, and it's vital we keep improving it. I use VTA, Caltrain, and BART, sometimes all in one trip. Half-hour weekend Caltrain service is a game changer and a joy. But the bus that goes between my house and Caltrain doesn't yet run nights or weekends. And that shows no signs of changing anytime soon. I really do look forward to the rollout of the Visionary Network, among many other fine suggestions tonight. Thank you all, board members and staff, for your work making this come together, making this something that we can agree on. I hope you'll support it.
Next three speakers, Cedric, Aver, and Jordan.
Hello, good evening, VTA board and staff. My name is Cedric de la Bourjardière. I live in Palo Alto. I'm a cyclist and a transit rider. I'm also the chair of the Palo Alto Transportation Management Association, PATMA, although I'm speaking tonight as an individual this evening. Among other services, PATMA offers transit passes to mid and low wage workers in Palo Alto to help get people out of cars and into transit. Please approve the staff recommendation to opt into the regional transit funding measure. Thank you, board and staff, for engaging to negotiate an agreement that meets the needs of the county and the region. I mainly ride Caltrain and occasionally VTA 22, 522, Samtrans, Muni, and BART. I use transit to extend my range beyond what I could reach by bike alone. A well-functioning local and regional transit network are essential for allowing me to operate mostly car-free for the past 30 years. Thanks to these networks, I was able to sell my car about 10 years ago, and now my wife and I are a single-car household. Without this regional funding measure, we would be facing drastic cuts to the transit system we depend on, and I would probably need to get a car again to reach more distant locations. Transit cuts would also drastically curtail the gains we've made in Palo Alto to keep people out of their cars and into transit. So please support the staff recommendation. Thank you.
Aver?
Hi, good evening, board. My name is Aver Shah, and I'm going to be a junior in a week at Palo Alto High School. I'm representing the Palo Alto Student Climate Coalition today, and I also work for 350 Bay Area. This is a common sense measure, and I think that we're all aware that vehicle miles traveled and transportation-related greenhouse gas emissions are the leading cause of greenhouse gas emissions in Santa Clara County and also the Bay Area. Expanding public transit options is an easy win for climate action, and it is an overall common sense thing to do when it benefits so many people in so many ways. I myself just used Caltrain earlier today to go up to SF to pick something up, and I know people who use public transit every single day to get where they need to be. This is something that people rely on, and it's something that's good for our climate goals and reducing greenhouse gas emissions. So I urge you to opt into this common sense measure and to continue your work on public transit. Thank you.
Jordan.
Good evening, board members. Jordan Grimes here in my capacity as Regional Resilience Manager with environmental nonprofit Greenbelt Alliance to support the staff recommendation on SB 63. A couple key points I want to make sure come across this evening. First, Santa Clara County can't solve this issue alone. We exist regionally, we are connected to each other, we need each other, and we need to collectively be part of ensuring public transportation not only survives but thrives in the Bay Area. I'm one of the thousands of people who take public transit in this county frequently. Just yesterday, I walked from my home in San Mateo County to Caltrain, got off at Diridon, and then hopped on the 22 to my destination. I don't just rely on one system, and neither do many others. Without both of these systems, without VTA, without Caltrain, without so many others, I would have had to drive to San Jose yesterday. Saving one system but not others is a recipe for failure. From a climate and environmental standpoint, as was just talked about, this is an imperative. It is essential that we get people out of cars. More than 40% of our emissions come from the transportation sector. Failure to save our transit system would be catastrophic to those goals. And then finally, the results from Caltrain electrification are clear. There's tremendous desire and support for fast, frequent transit. Our residents and so many others will ride if it comes quickly and frequently. SB 63 will help ensure the comprehensive system our region desires and deserves becomes reality. We need Santa Clara County to help make that happen. I urge the board to opt in. Thank you.
Next three speakers, Monica, Jeremiah, and Andrew.
Hi, this is Monica Mal. I'm just speaking on behalf of myself, and just want to say that I really appreciate how you all have taken time to negotiate a much better deal when it comes to SB 63 and the potential measure. I've been following this process for years, and since the beginning, there's been a lot of advocacy groups and a lot of voices saying, just opt in no matter what, and that the details don't matter. And I'm really grateful that you all didn't do that and actually paid attention to the details and what's actually in the measure and negotiate something that's actually going to be beneficial to Santa Clara County residents and ensure a really high level of return to source, and will also improve VTA service and make sense in the long term for the agency. And as we all know, I think this isn't discussed as much by advocacy groups, but most VTA riders don't go to these meetings and aren't aware of what's going on. And there hasn't been a lot of coverage of this process. The people that rely on our services the most don't know what these discussions are about or what return to source is or what any of these different things are, but they rely on you all to represent them, and I think that you all have done a really incredible job. And just want to say thank you. Take the system every single day, and I know that riders are going to benefit from your work on this for many decades to come. So thank you.
Jeremiah.
Hello, good evening, members of the board. I'm Jeremiah Maller, chair of the BART Bicycle Advisory Task Force, but speaking this evening as an individual. I've been a VTA rider since 2007. I work in Santa Clara County in Cupertino, commute from Oakland 3 days a week. So I see firsthand how vital, reliable, connected transit is for our region's economy and quality of life. I urge you to please approve the staff recommendation to approve the measure and vote yes tonight to opt into SB 63. This measure would raise $264 million a year for Santa Clara County. That funding is critical to avoid major service cuts, critical to preserve core bus and rail service and improve regional transit connections. Without it, VTA may have to cut local service, cut bus service to cover obligations for BART extension, Caltrain support, trade-offs that would hit transit-dependent riders hardest. SB 63 has independent oversight, efficiency requirements, and ties funding to MTC's Transit Transformation Action Plan, delivering real improvements like fare integration, better real-time information. Polling shows most Santa Clara voters support this kind of measure. Please secure our county's fair share and our seat at the regional table. I support SB 63 at the half-cent or business tax level. Thank you.
The next three speakers, Andrew, followed by Chris and Roland.
Hi, good evening, everybody. I'm Andrew Hernan. I'm a student at SGSU and a former intern at VTA, and I'm an active rider of both my VTA and Caltrain, and I just want to stress the importance of us opting into this measure. And I would just like to echo the comments that have been made here, during this evening. Is that yes, if so many people here in like the Bay Area are active riders of transit, and if we're gonna improve like the quality of our systems, then we must opt into this measure. As someone who chooses to not own a car, transit is my only option from moving from A to B, and if agencies are forced to make like cuts, basically like a livelihood that I have would basically have to go away. Thank you.
Chris?
Thank you. So, for transparency, I serve on the board of Siemens Bay Area, but I'm speaking on my own behalf. I'd like to recommend that the board support the staff recommendation for SB 63, as it will definitely help transportation around the Bay Area, within and throughout the counties, making it easier and faster for folks to get around. As a person who uses paratransit, good service of every kind is extremely important. Having more bus riders, bus stops, and timetables increases the time that I can get around throughout the Bay Area. I would really truly recommend that you support the staff recommendations.
Roland?
Thank you. So what I would like to do is to circle back to last week's board workshop, where the staff memo was proposing to repurpose Measure B funds, even though we put legally enforceable guardrails in Measure B to make sure that we will never ever have a repeat of what happened to Measure A. So the only concern I've got with what is in front today is that the staff recommendation on slide number 13 does not include any kind of oversight for these return funds. So my recommendation to the board is that we amend the staff recommendation to submit the program of projects and allocation of return funds, which are essentially laid out on slide 10, to the accountability committee, whose responsibility it will be to ensure that future expenditures comply with the expenditure plan. Thank you.
And our last speaker is Aaron.
Can you hear me?
Go ahead, we can hear you, Aaron.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Good evening, esteemed board members. My name is Aaron Pasternak. Just a little disclaimer, I am speaking for myself and I do not represent the views of my employer. Again, I'm only speaking for myself. This being said, I wrote in a comment, however, there are a couple of points that I would like to emphasize. First of all, I'm a frequent rider of Caltrain, and the cuts that would happen if VTA were to not join the regional measure would be absolutely devastating, because Caltrain is deeply woven into my livelihood, and I use it to go everywhere. So that would be devastating. This being said, if VTA were to join, not only would Caltrain and the other regional agencies be saved, but there's also potential for capitalizing and building on the success that Caltrain has already had since the electrification of the system. And on top of that, there's a possible opportunity for VTA to be able to draw from a larger pool of money and be able to implement the VTP vision, which I believe is something that everyone is going to want. Thank you very much for your time. I'll leave it for there.
That was our last speaker, Chair.
Thank you so much, and thank you to all the commenters and staff for the presentation. I'm gonna withhold my my comments and give others a chance to speak, except for just a couple of brief points. One, thank you for pulling the language back up. Just want to emphasize that the staff recommendation and the position that we came to was by no means preordained. I think when this process started and this legislation was introduced, there was a whole range of opinions as to what the ultimate decision should be. But I do just want to highlight, and again, I shared this at the workshop, but I know my intent and staff and others has been to give this board as many chances as we could to discuss and study, bring up questions that we could then take to the authors. And in the process of that, as several of the commenters spoke to, I genuinely think the legislation got much stronger, resulting now in the recommendation that you see today. So I won't repeat the other comments made at the workshop. I really appreciate how much everyone leaned in. I do just want to turn it over to our vice chair to provide some additional context on, especially on one of the materials you see before you.
Great. Thanks so much, Chair. And I'll preface that I have somewhat lengthy comments, but I'll try to be very efficient about them. I do want to start with some thank yous. I want to thank you, Chair Lopez, Directors Abe Koga and Bert, and of course, Hope Cahan on Abe Koga's team, and then my team, Mackenzie Mossing, Alejandra, Linus Chantris, David Tran, and the entire DOT at City of San Jose, as well as the team here at VTA, Carolyn, Greg, Scott, Beverly, Aaron, Sam, Marcella, and Evelyn, and many others. There have been hundreds of hours of work analyzing, negotiating, advocating for our county, trying to make sure that if we participate, this is a really good thing for our residents. And so I just want to thank all those folks sincerely for the hours of good work on this. Also want to thank Senator Wiener, and I see Rayan on his team is here. Thanks for coming down from Sacramento to be here with us. Senator Arguin, both for their deep engagement on the bill, and our Senator Dave Cortese has been a real partner throughout this and been available, given us input, asked questions, and offered a lot of guidance through the process. So this saga is 3 years in the making. We started 3 years ago when MTC introduced the concept of a regional measure, which was guided through the iteration of the bill SB 1031 that we had a lot of concerns about. And we raised those, we were clear, we were united, we articulated them, we advocated, and ultimately we didn't feel that that met our needs. It ultimately did not move forward, and then now we've gone through this process, which really is centered on a pretty profound question, simple though it is, the first of two questions I want to bring up, which is, can we as a region come together to take on the crisis of looming public transit fiscal operating cliffs facing many agencies and do so in a way that still protects our local priorities? And I think after 3 years and a lot of meetings and negotiations, we're poised to take a major step forward to strengthen our regional transportation network. At the same time, we need to do it eyes wide open, and I still have my concerns, which I'll articulate a little bit. And we need to recognize the real decision makers are not in this room tonight. It's the voters. It's the citizens who are going to organize to choose whether or not this goes on the ballot, and then ultimately the voters who will decide if we're authorized to have these public resources. So in that spirit, I do want to just make a couple more questions and ask a few questions. On Caltrain, this is for staff. In the staff recommendation, can you clarify, we've been talking about a dollar amount for Caltrain. This 7.12% cap on contributions to Caltrain is, I've just seen that number actually in just the last few days. Can you explain why we're using a percentage there instead of what I've been seeing all along, which is a numerical cap of 32.5 million? And is there a scenario in which that 7.12% cap would actually exceed the 32.5 million?
Sure. So I think the way this has been discussed through this board and through even public discord is that we've used the fiscal year 2031 as a base year, and with that comes the dollar amounts, and that's again going back to having a level of magnitude of what the impact of each of these percentages would mean. And so within the bill, as we interpret it, the bill is identifying that the amounts that are being provided to the agencies as well as to the counties will be based on the percentage of the total. So we've stayed consistent with the authors in how they've wanted to present the allocation of funds with the measure and how it goes to each of the individual agencies as well as the county. So if we've misled, I apologize. That was never the intent. The idea was when we've looked at 2031, even the bill authors used that year with those dollars as this reference point. The focus also was that identified what was meant to be an average of Caltrain's deficit over a period of time covering this particular measure. It might have been a little bit shorter than this measure, but the idea was it identified an average deficit for Caltrain at 75. So I would offer that to limit it could be an exposure to Caltrain, because in the latter years, the idea is they'll potentially be higher than 75 million, therefore our contribution would be a little bit more, need to be more. So I think that's the 75 was kind of the average, a number average, but it was never. I don't think it was never. Yeah.
I guess my
interpretation was never. So I would offer is yes. Here's how. And I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but I want to answer your question.
Yeah, please.
Is the method in which I think we can use this is really through Caltrain, the ad hoc committee, and the JPA.
Yeah.
So the percentage covers us, I think, both downside and upside. If revenues come in a little bit lower than anticipated, then our contribution is actually lower. If the revenues come in higher, then the percentage would, of course, be greater than 32.5 or the 75. But through the JPA and the JPB ad hoc, we can identify the ways in which if Caltrain receives more than they need from a deficit perspective, then the member agencies determine how do those excess funds be utilized within Caltrain to our benefits. We all will still have capital contributions that will be needed, and so they can go towards the core capital component of Caltrain. So we can build that in on the JPA, JPB side is how I'm expecting us to take care of that.
Okay, that's great. And I think it is important that we build in that structure on the JPA side, find that it's not in the bill before the legislature, but in full transparency, love Caltrain, used it off and on throughout my adult life. I think it's a great service. If we have the upside and NVIDIA becomes a $10 trillion company, I don't know that just putting it all to capital makes sense. So I think we need to just structure kind of what are the bounds of what we're committed to in either scenario. Yeah. Sales tax revenue is up or down now that we're talking about a percentage without a clear cap. And maybe a cap can be worked into the JPA side. Okay, and then in that vein, current bill, I just want to confirm, has language that these allocations are not precedent setting post the sunset of this tax. That is my understanding. For Caltrain.
That is correct.
That's correct. That's actually.
I don't know if it.
No,
let's clarify.
the Caltrain percentages right now are not. You can ask the.
Not precedent setting. That was a line that was in there. Is that still in the language?
And I think that is set by. I think the Caltrain board members agreed to that as well. They're not precedent setting. Right. The Caltrain percentages.
They're what we're agreeing to for the 14-year measure, but they're not precedent. We have different amount. I mean, RR is a different amount. We have different amounts, right?
They're not precedent setting for Caltrain.
These splits are not precedent setting.
Correct.
Because we're paying more than our ridership. Others are paying less. San Mateo's actually paying more in this iteration, but on RR we paid more. They paid less. So just want to make that clear. That was an important point. Rain was coming up. He's shaking his head yes.
Yes.
We'll get it straight from the senator's office. Hi. Thanks for being here.
Thank you. Is it on?
You're on.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mayor Mahan and Chair Lopez, and to everyone from the VTA Board of Directors for your time here. Ryan Modishemi, Legislative Aide in the Office of Senator Wiener. I just wanted to answer your clarifying question. So the legislature is currently on summer recess. So in the expenditure plan letter that the authors sent out, they stated that the expenditures and the entire plan would not be precedent setting.
Great.
And that they're willing to include and will include findings and declarations to that effect once the legislature returns from summer recess and the expenditure plan is added. So just clarifying that in the bill currently, it's not in there, but it's because we're on summer recess and are going to include that in the legislation.
Great, wonderful. Thanks so much. Appreciate it. Okay, moving on to innovation and back to VTA staff. Really appreciate that innovation mobility is in there as a priority. I think that and this is the second question I referenced, I think the other big question before us is, do we have a plan for using all the return to source dollars? Now that we believe we have solidified that these dollars are return to source and we're pretty protected there, do we have a plan for so transforming our business model that in 14 years, this can sunset without us just deferring and maybe even having a larger cliff in 14 years? And I know you can't answer that tonight, but I just want to say on the record, if we simply use these funds for these 14 years to simply do more of the same, to just expand the existing service, I worry that we set ourselves up for this same issue in 14 years, and it's a different board that's going to be up here making a very painful decision. The answer can't always be incrementally raising the rate and finding more money. And so as we think about our jobs over the next year and a half, as we head toward this vote, and as we think about how likely the voters are to support this and trust us, we really have to push ourselves. And this goes back to the last item, the strategic planning process, to place some bets on the table, some of which are simple: safe, clean, reliable service, some of which may be bolder. What is the future of light rail? How does automation play in? How do we get more efficiency out of the system? How do we generate revenue through TOD? Like, what? I want to see the model for how in 14 years we're not going to have to go to the voters and say, sorry, we just built a business model around assuming we have higher revenue, so we need to extend this one and the other one that's expiring. I think that would be a bad outcome. So that's not a question, actually. It's just I'm going to keep harping on that because we cannot be complacent that we just have more money all of a sudden. And then finally, somebody agrees, thanks. And then I think last two things here. On that point about return to source, and I appreciate that ultimately MTC or a sub-body of MTC would be governing this. Do we feel that the language in the bill, and we're setting up our general counsel to ensure that the language in the bill will ensure in a legally defensible way return to source for all the dollars that are not the 5.25% for transit transformation, the regional pot, and the 7.12% for our share of the Caltrain deficit? And can you share a little more with the board about our legal defensibility there on that return to source?
Can I clarify? Evelyn, is this going to be a response that you're going to give, or?
I don't know. I'm asking staff. Who's most appropriate to answer? Maybe our general counsel. I don't know.
Right now, the bill is written that way. We can certainly strengthen it, and depending on where the board is going with this, we'll definitely provide some language that could help strengthen that, the return to source.
Yeah. I mean, look, I'm an MTC commissioner. Our regional MPO does some fantastic work, and I generally trust our partners across the region, but over 14 years, anything can happen. And we have a responsibility to ensure that outside of those two commitments we're making, we have a ironclad guarantee on return to source, because let's face it, our county has an outsized tax base. We are the biggest county with the biggest tax base. It will be tempting to potentially repurpose these dollars to highest need in other parts of the region. I've spoken directly with Senator Wiener about this, and he's signaled a real openness to suggested amendments to strengthen that language. So I would like to see in the motion that we do that. On cap and trade, sorry, last two items quickly. I understand cap and trade is outside of this bill. Totally appreciate that. At the same time, we are in parallel negotiating on the other big likely source of revenue for our projects over the next 20 years. I don't know that there'll be other big pots of money out there, probably not from the federal government. So I think it's important that over the next 30 days, as that gets figured out in parallel, that we build on all of the relationship building and negotiating and collaboration we've done to make sure that our priorities are well represented in whatever joint advocacy is done in Sacramento for cap and trade projects, and that they are at least roughly commensurate with the population we serve, the size of our tax base, and that, again, on a principle of fair share, the rest of the region is respecting our needs as well. So I appreciate, again, Senator Wiener committing to supporting a fair share approach to cap and trade, as have others I've spoken with, including in Mayor Lurie's office, and some of the other leaders. And then finally, on if anything significant were to change over the next month or so, when there's still amendments being made in Sacramento, if necessary, what is our what recourse do we have? What would be an off-ramp if we felt that the terms that we're signing up for here had changed over the next few weeks? I don't anticipate it, but again, we have to be protected.
The board meets again on November the 4th.
September
Sorry,
4th.
I'm at election.
Yeah.
Sorry. The board meets again on September the 4th. And so that is an opportunity, if there is something adverse that is put into the legislation that is contrary to what we have been discussing and negotiating, then there is the opportunity to bring this to the board on the 4th and to share this with you, and for the board to make a decision about whether or not it wants to opt in, or if should the board choose to do so tonight. If there are any changes that the board feels are adverse, we could discuss it at that time. Technically, the legislation goes to the governor on the 12th. It has to be final 72 hours prior. There is a date of that they like to receive it by the 9th of September. So we have an opportunity to come back. We have, I will say, we have been in robust discussions, and we are the last of the 5 counties to be discussing this. So we've impressed upon our colleagues that this needs to be right.
Yeah.
And they know that that Santa Clara sometimes moves on its own.
Great.
They know there's
Yes.
a risk.
For good reason. Okay, well, colleagues, at the city we call it a blue memo, but in the recommendation that the chair and I've put forward, you'll note some small but I think important suggested amendments to the staff rec, and I'll turn it back to our chair here. But basically strengthening our legal defensibility around return to source on our fair share of the funds, the note that as we think regionally about being partners, that cap and trade is a parallel conversation, and we're getting updates and we're advocating, given that we in San Mateo County are leaning in a bit more on Caltrain, and I would expect that kind of collaboration from the rest of the region when we look at other sources of funding and other needs. And then, of course, this point that if any substantive changes that impacted Santa Clara County were to happen between now and the final date on which the legislation can be amended, that we have a right to opt out still and an opportunity to do so. With all that, thank you again, Chair, you and others, Margaret, Pat, and everybody who's worked so hard. I really appreciate everybody's work to get us to a very different place than we were last year when we were talking about a regional measure. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And with that, I would move approval of the staff recommendation with the additions as noted on the memo that the Vice Chair mentioned. I'll second that. A second from Kamei. Do you want to give everyone a full chance to weigh in, ask any questions? So I will start on this side and just go down the line in the interest of fairness. I'll start with Director Cohen.
Okay, I'll try to be quick. I wasn't here for the meeting last week, so I apologize. I didn't get a chance to weigh in at the time, but I'll just make a few comments tonight. But first, very simple clarification. The cost of putting this on the ballot will be borne by the agency in this county. Is that correct? So VTA will pay for it, or how is the cost of the actual ballot measure being allocated?
It comes down to 0.25 administration.
That's
expectation. It's either paid for by Citizens Initiative, or it's going to come out of the 0.25 administrative fees that are being provided by.
Well, but the
ultimately by us,
0.25 is
and
only
then
there if the measure
reimbursed,
passes, right?
Are reimbursed.
So it would be a reimbursement model
That
for
I would
the county.
expect that someone would probably want to be reimbursed for the cost of getting this measure out there, but someone's going to have to pay for it on the front.
Someone has to pay for it on the front end. VTA, so each county, presumably each county agency will be paying for it on the front
Sorry,
end. I
Ryan, do you want to clarify?
Citizens Initiative, it's not us, yeah. It won't be us.
Citizen, we don't have to pay for the.
Right.
Director Cohen, it
Yeah.
would be the special district created by the bill for purposes of having the geography of a district to put the measure in would be responsible for the costs of placing the measure.
For raising the
ballot.
money and placing the measure on the ballot.
That's correct. Any sort of election costs. In terms of the campaign-related costs that are.
No, I understand the campaign separate. I was just talking about the election-related costs for the
That's correct. Like
registrar's
reimbursing
charge.
the county
charge for it.
assessor, et cetera, for those election-related costs. That's the district's responsibility, which can be reimbursed by the administrative costs from the measure. There's also a provision that one-time administrative costs, such as these election costs, are taken off the top of the measure, just because it's unclear exactly how much they are.
Okay. All right, so I'll just make a few brief comments about this. I'm always exceptionally nervous when we approve things to go on ballots without having robust polling that tells us how they're going to perform. Obviously, I think the residents in this county, they've always been very supportive of transit measures. I'm optimistic that they will be again. What concerns me is that, if Santa Clara County, for example, and, without commenting on the measure the proposal that the Board of Supervisors put on the ballot today, but a 5/8 cent sales tax today, if it were to pass, now that potentially puts some tax fatigue on our voters in this county. And I'm certainly concerned that the county being part of this county joining might actually bring down the entire region's measure by actually not getting the 50% here when the rest of the region wants it. So I'll just say that up front. I'm going to support this. I want this measure. I think it's important for the region. But I actually kind of wonder about, be careful what you wish for. Everyone wanting Santa Clara County to join in, Santa Clara County, could actually hurt other counties getting this revenue if they were not to have Santa Clara County going in. So I am slightly nervous about that. And I just wanted to raise that today. I mean, again, I'm optimistic that our county voters continue to prioritize transit and will support it. But I don't necessarily have the evidence today that that's going to be true next year. And I just want to make sure we're going into this with our eyes wide open. And that's all I'll say. Thank you.
And if I could just bring 2 points up. Early polling showed us that our county would support this around 56 or 57%. The other thing is that we will do some additional polling in 2026, early 2026.
Thank you. Director Arenas.
Thank you, and I appreciate you mentioning the effort that the county took earlier today to ensure that we continue to save lives. No buts or ands or ifs about it. Our measure will save lives, and will continue to save lives, even on the roads that we are intending to improve around our county, because if you are in an accident anywhere in our county and you suffer a trauma, guess where you're coming? You're coming to Valley Medical. So anyways, I know that this is slightly different, and I have some questions about how we are making sure that we are going to keep the money where we say we are going to spend it. Now, I know that we have said in the staff memo the benefits of the measure, and you outline all of those. I'm mostly interested in the VTA's visionary network as aspirational in terms of trying to get to a place where we were, I think, pre-pandemic. I think that's the marker, pre-pandemic. It may not be true, but correct me if I'm wrong. So that we can get to really enhance transit services for our community. We've had to make a lot of cuts throughout the years. And so my question is, how are we going to, as a board, decide which of these areas is going to get funded first? Which one do we think is the most aspirational and most innovative? And I guess I'd like to have part of that conversation before I say yes to this measure. Even if the county may create this fatigue, and thank you for saying that, because it is part of the reality. We may create fatigue, but we're doing this on the heels of a big, beautiful bill. The devastation of HR1 to our communities. So I think by next year, I think hopefully this will create an opportunity for taxpayers and citizens to get involved civically as well. So I want to make sure that what we say that we are going to spend this money on, we're going to spend this money on, because I've seen through Measure E, excuse me, we said we were going to spend it as a council member. I supported Measure E because it was going to be for affordable housing and to develop affordable housing and to achieve our 10,000 unit goal by 2023. Yet council has changed that and kind of rerouted the funding. And so we've seen it done just recently at the city level. How do we make sure that we are going to when we tell the residents of this county that we are going to stick to our guns and we're going to use this money for these things? How are we going to continue to build confidence in our residents who might have, long-term memory, and remember some of the things that have recently happened?
I'll go ahead first. So I think, as Beverly had mentioned before, I think there's going to be a tremendous amount of public outreach and public process in determining the overall expenditure plan related to the dollars that come to Santa Clara County. I think as it relates to this board, I think any expenditure plan that is ultimately developed that is utilizing the dollars from this measure will come to this board as a method in which they will see it first through SSTP&O most likely, and then ANF, and then possibly the board, that everyone will have an opportunity to see how these dollars are planned to be utilized in developing the expenditure plan. I reference SSTP&O because you asked about the visionary network. I think that's the opportunity where the board is going to see how, as part of the visionary network, the expected utilization of those dollars and where that service is going to be provided. And so through the committee, that message will be provided and that guidance will be received. And then ultimately the board will see it and have an opportunity to opine on how these dollars are going to be spent. So there's a subset that's going to be related to the visionary network, and then there's going to be the larger category of just the overall spend of what we refer to as the $264 million on an annual basis, and how that ultimately will be used. And this body will have that opportunity to see that.
All right, so I guess the question to the rest of my colleagues here is, how do we marry what we just finished discussing, the strategic plan, the wants and wishes and desires of our community, of our stakeholders, of our own selves, with what we are talking about today? Because we already have a range of priorities that are set up for us. And so what process are you going to use in order to integrate what we are hoping to gather from our community in terms of strategic plan? Because if we have a strategic plan and no money to really fund it, then it just becomes, it's not a viable thing. Then why even do the work if these priorities are already outlined? Where are we going to get the funding for the strategic plan?
Right. So I think the way I would refer to that or respond to that would be the effort that's going to be put forward as it relates to this measure. The timing of that is going to be relatively tight. And so the expectation there is that anything we do is going to have a majority of the input coming from the public. So we're going to get that public engagement to understand those priorities with an understanding of how to utilize these dollars that would come through. So there would be a connection and an alignment of those monies being received and how they ultimately are used. So that's going to be one element that's going to happen. Whether it's done in the same time frame as the strategic plan, I don't know if that's going to happen in tandem or if one will come before the other. But the focus right now is going to be on identifying, with the priorities we know exist from a transit perspective, along with public engagement, how we prioritize those dollars with this board's engagement to make sure that we're using those funds in the most appropriate way.
You know, it's not perfect timing, but I think we need to make sure that we continue to uphold what our stakeholders, what our residents are telling us are important with what this body thinks it's important, with what the members of the MTC Commission think is important, because it's not always, sometimes it's in parallel, but it doesn't overlap. I saw the three main areas that are important in terms of priorities for the MTC, that some of the members of this board participate in. And I'm trying to draw a conclusion in terms of how do we bring all of this together, all of these maybe different priorities, different wants and needs and values. We all represent different parts of our county, and how are we going to have an opportunity to actually express what we really would like to see some of this funding going towards. And so I'm wondering about the expenditure plan and how do we really make that concrete. And that's really at the crux of this, and I'm asking you, how do we marry a strategic plan with funding? Because that is how we express, through budget, we express how we are going to carry out those values. Otherwise, this body, I feel, is going to lose credibility with our public if we don't marry the wants and needs of the community with funding that is going to come into our system. So the other question that I had is on, and thank you for the blue memo. I had a question about the language that was going to be used. Who determines that language that's going to strengthen, the legislative language that is going to strengthen and provide the strongest possible protections? And I think that referred to return to source. How does that get determined?
That work will be done by staff in working with the authors to ensure, although, as Evelyn said, I think the language right now does provide the level of certainty that I think is necessary, but if we can find ways in which to strengthen that, I think that's where our legal folks, our legal counsel, and others will work with the authors to find ways in which to strengthen that even better.
And how does the board come into play in terms of saying yay or nay on what you find?
I think at this point, what the direction is that we're given here from the board allows us to move forward, that the language as it is today is strong enough. Again, if we can make it stronger, then we'll do that, but it won't necessarily come back to this board in a stronger fashion, I don't believe.
Yeah, well, some of this is not returning back to the board, some of the information or some of the negotiation, and I would appreciate maybe more consistent updates to the board in between some of these discussions. We finally got some numbers today. We were working with percentages, and I was really happy to see some of the numbers connected. So it makes it a lot more concrete and allows for me to make a decision about this. This measure is important to me, and I'll tell you why. Because for most of the people, and correct me if I'm wrong, I'm not sure why I'm being broadcasted like this, but I think the number one reason people use public transportation is because they don't have a car or vehicle of their own, and they're trying to get to work, right? So they're trying to make a living. And I think the second reason might be for school reasons. And so I know this is working class families that really need our public transportation system. And that's where I'll continue to make comments from and vote from and question and create questions around, is how are we providing those support services, that access to easy transportation for those kinds of families. Because I'm not working for the folks who already have resources in place. As a public servant. I'm bound to do what's best for most people, not for a specific group. And so this is why you see me asking these questions, because we all have different set of stakeholders, and I'm trying to figure out how do I serve my community the best and the community across our county. And those are the folks who really, truly need public transportation. And they may not be those folks who come into this chamber to express their thoughts and wants. And so I'll rely on you to bring those voices forward, whether it's through the strategic plan or through any additional outreach, so that we can continue to hear from those voices. Thank you.
Thank you. And before I go to the next commentary, I deeply appreciate the concerns. In addition to the language that's been put up here and the answers from staff, I also want to clarify that the expectation I've communicated to staff is that we hear an update at the September board meeting, regardless of the other decision points and language and the direction here. And so that is the expectation for those continued touch points. And if we can prove that in between the meetings, have additional briefings, anything, we'll be happy to do so and work with you. Thank you for raising those concerns. I want to go to Director Turner.
Thank you. I just have a couple of brief comments, and I think I just want to reiterate what Member Mahan was mentioning, that in 14 years, we don't want to be going through this again. So we've got to find a way to, limit these ongoing asks of the public to pay more taxes. And with that being said, especially with again, I come back to this Net Promoter Score, we're asking our residents to pay more for a product they're not even willing to share with their neighbor as being something they should even consider writing. So I think if we're going to go forward with this is something we do have to focus on and make sure that we work hard to get this Net Promoter Score up, and we're offering a product that people could gladly tell others about. So with that, I'll pass it on. Thank you.
And let me just say something about the Net Promoter Score. I haven't worked with my colleagues here on the strategic plan, but at my other agency, we actually did some work with the Net Promoter Score. And so I don't know the components of it, but sometimes it's not so much that people think good or bad. Sometimes it's just people they don't think of it at all. Like there's a whole big giant don't know category. So we'll see what the components are of this one.
Thank you. Director Abakogo.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, staff, for the presentation. And I won't repeat everyone that the Vice Chair named, but I want to also echo my thanks to the many, many people who've been involved in this process for many months and years, and the many different permutations of conversations that we've had over those months, and really appreciate the hard work and dedication. And I'll say, coming from where we were with SB 1031, I think this has just been a much improved process. I've been on MTC, this is my 5th year, and to be frank, over the earlier years, I had some frustrations about the lack of inclusion of the South Bay, and in light of our being 25% of the Bay Area. But in this year, we have a fairly new commission, a lot of new members, and I have to say I'm very pleased at the collaboration that has improved in this time. And so I do feel much more comfortable with where we are landing. I will say I agree with my two neighbors next to me on both sides. I don't want us to end up in this situation again down the road. In light of earlier this afternoon, as mentioned by my colleague, on the County Board of Supervisors taking the vote for a county sales tax measure, I believe very strongly that we have to be accountable to our residents and the voters, and ensure that we continue to work on fiscal prudence, fiscal responsibility, and look at how we can generate new revenue. So I know we often talk about increasing ridership, but over my 15 years on the VTA board, I've seen strategies where we've talked about increasing ridership, but that didn't amount to increasing revenue. It actually was putting us in a deficit. And I just don't think we can afford to do that anymore. So we have to be very clear on what our purpose is. And for me, it's fiscal viability and long-term sustainability. So I still believe that by increasing ridership in the right way, you can increase revenue. And I'll say, I think I've shared with many of you, I took a 3-week trip to Asia. It was a vacation, but I took some time out actually to meet with one of the largest private rail companies in Japan. And they're a private company, and they make profit. They make a lot of profit. And then I went to Seoul, Korea, and they provide extensive transit as well. And I asked them, well, what happens when you are short on funds and whatnot? And they said, well, transportation is a basic human right, and so we just make it work. And that really changed my, perspective on how we look at all of this. We taught and how important transit is. Other countries are, I think we have a lot to learn from other countries. But when we put it in that perspective, I see how important this is for us to move forward with this measure. I'm excited. I've been very excited about our visionary network plan. I think that does have the elements of what I see can become a robust transit network and increase ridership and hopefully, probably increase revenue generation. I appreciate our work with the strategic plan. And the other topics that have come up, as you know, I'm being on the Caltrain board, we do still have a lot of work to do there in terms of our governance negotiations. I appreciate our CEO, Michelle Bouchard, here. We have some long-term strategic planning that we have to modify based on the changes that have happened over the last few years, especially with COVID. So there's definitely a lot of work to do after this, but I think we need this to be able to continue and to be able to be viable and sustainable into the future. And I really look forward to a day when we have a much more robust system that can serve everybody. One thing that I did want to ask for, and I appreciate the mention of polling, but as we took the vote earlier today, what's been on my mind is that none of the polling had polled for 2 measures stacked. And by January, we will know about where the county sales tax measure is, so perhaps it will be, well, it still will be, could be a relevant point. So I do think that that's important for us to continue to measure the pulse of our voters. I wanted to say one thing about expenditure plans and being prescriptive. I think that is important for sure, but over time I've also seen how things change. And I remember, I forget which measure it is, but one of our measures has a Dumbarton Rail project in there. And I was on that committee for years, and we came up and, I don't know, it was $100 million. This was 10 years ago, over budget. And it was clear there was no way we're going to be able to do rail on the Dumbarton, but it was in the measure. So we were stuck having to figure out how to do that. And so I just want to be careful about that too. And I know we have to be accountable to the voters, but I think there's also a need for us to do the outreach and the education to also share that, things do change over time, and we have to be nimble and be able to adjust accordingly. So that was just my cautionary tale from one of my past experiences here. For the Vice Chair, I just wanted to ask for clarification on point number 4 in your letter or amendments. Is the wording changed to Santa Clara reserves the right
On
to.
item 4, yeah, I said it verbally, and I'll refer to the chair who made the motion, but I think the spirit of it is not that if a comma moves, we reserve the right to opt out. I think the point is we should have an opportunity until amendments are made that if any substantive changes that impact Santa Clara County are made, then that's not what we all voted on here. And we need an opportunity to revisit if we still want to be in, and that's the spirit of it. I would rely on staff to bring back to us at our next board meeting, or if necessary, I think this is extremely unlikely, if necessary, schedule a special meeting if we needed to come back and be made aware of any substantive changes to the bill that impacted Santa Clara County in a negative way, so that we would have that option that we're reserving here to opt out if necessary. Again, I think it's very low probability, but I think it's good to just be clear that we see that as a right that we are reserving.
Yes, I was just.
And that is my understanding. I want to
Okay.
clarify.
Yes,
Yeah.
I just wanted a little bit more, frankly, flexibility, that it doesn't necessarily have to be exactly, the wording that we're looking for. My final thanks to Senator Wiener, and I appreciate Rayon being here. And I know MTC, Melanie Choi is here, so many partners involved in this effort, and I think that we are all better for it. So appreciate the support. Thank you.
Thank you. And Director Abakoga, I just want to thank you for your leadership, in particular with the Caltrain discussions. That was an essential part of moving us forward, and I really think your participation, which will continue, but your leadership on that has been a game changer for the agency in our region. So thank you for all your work. I want to keep going. Director Foley.
Great, thank you. A lot has been said, so I truly don't have much to add. I want to thank the Vice Chair for articulating the majority of what I was thinking, and for between the Chair and the Vice Chair coming forward with a good amendment to the motion. I also want to thank staff and all the work that you've done, and Supervisor Abakoga for all that you did at MTC to get this to where it is. But I still have some concerns about it from a tax position. The county just approved, several have said it, increase in sales tax of 0.625% to 6.625. That brings us up to 10% in Santa Clara County, particularly at least San Jose, and I think Milpitas too. We add this in, that's another 0.5%. That brings us up to 10.5%. I share Councilman or Director Cohen's comments about ballot fatigue. There's going to be a lot of things on the ballot next year that are not necessarily sales tax related, could be bond related, could be a lot of other funding mechanisms, and we may be in a recession and an economic situation next year that our voters are starting to get really concerned about increasing any expenditures. So I'm very concerned about the increase in taxation for our residents and our people who are buying things, which is how we're paying for sales tax, and we depend on that. Having said that, this is a good use of funds. It is a general fund, like the county's tax they just passed today. It's a general fund, so it only requires a 50% vote, 50% plus one. No. No? It's not a general vote.
This is a special tax.
But it's still 50%.
District tax.
I understand, but my point that I wanted to make is that, thank you for that clarification, actually, still requires both 50% to pass these, theoretically. Is that right?
Maybe I can ask Rayon, but my understanding is that if it's put out by the district, it would be a 2/3. If it's a voter initiative, it's 50%.
Well, my understanding is it'll be a voter initiative. Isn't that the desire?
So the legislation authorizes either option, essentially. So the governing board could place the measure on the ballot, a citizens initiative could submit signatures for it to be a citizens initiative that would be subject to the 50% plus one threshold.
Right, okay, so, well, all right. So if the legislature places it on the ballot, then it's 2/3, and the chances of it passing are not very good. So if Senator Wiener and the legislators want to pass this, it's going to be the other opportunity, right? So I hear why we're hedging it a little bit, but there's really, in my mind, we're not hedging it. The point I wanted to make is that with the general tax body has the ability to move the funds wherever they want to. That being said, this is a tax by an agency that is transit-oriented, so our focus isn't just putting it anywhere to balance the budget. It's putting it to provide better transit for the user, safer, more security, cleanliness, improving the overall riding experience for our users. That's our vision, that's our purpose, that's why we're in business. So while I want to see a list of some of the things that we're going to do too, I don't want to be too prescriptive as well, because things change over time. In 5 years, I didn't know about the Dumbarton, but in 5 years, things change, and the people sitting around the dais change, and the focus of our community may be completely different, and their demands from us are much different than what we think they are today. So I just want to be really cognizant of ballot fatigue, of voters being hit with a sales tax this year, another sales tax next year, other bond measures, and the risk of none of them getting passed as a result of all of them coming in together. It's a difficult time for folks, and this is going to hurt those who are struggling with their income, and that's how this type of sales tax works. It affects everybody. So I'm going to support it because I think the funds are important to VTA and to our organization. I still do not like the disproportionate support of Caltrain, but I'll go along with it because that's a component of it. With that, I'm finished. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Jane.
Yeah, I want to thank staff and fellow directors for getting us to this point. I think this is a really important measure that we need. And I know Beverly mentioned on slide 10, robust public process to develop the expenditure plan. And on slide 11, an openness to funding capital expenses. And the need is really great to do the visionary network, to support signal priority, to support Clipper Start, and I think the San Jose University Bay Pass program. So funding all of those affordable and integrated fare programs is very important. And during the workshop, I think Greg said that no money will go to BART Phase 2. So I just wanted to make sure. I didn't see that anywhere in writing, but I just want to make sure that the public is clear that no money will go into BART Phase 2.
I'll reconfirm that, and also I believe the memo, the staff memo, the board memo identified that no money would go to BART Phase 2. It wasn't in the actual presentation or in the recommendation, but I think in the memo it states it, so we've got it in writing, and we'll reinforce that again with the expenditure plan when it comes forward. Ultimately, nothing will be on there for BART Phase 2.
Very good, thank you.
Thanks, Director Jane. Let's go to Director Weinberg next.
Thank you. I know the hour is late, so I will be brief. Like the rest of my colleagues, I want to extend thanks to staff, to my colleagues with the MTC and Caltrain, everyone who worked to get us to the point where we are now, to Senator Wiener's office. Thank you all very much. An issue that I had as late as Friday of last week at the workshop was really not understanding or seeing the numbers for transit transformation. That shroud has now been lifted based on the staff report that we had for today. There are members of the public who reached out to me over the past week. I want to thank them, who've also spent time helping me understand and see where the numbers are. I think that some very constructive and important cautions and reticence has been expressed tonight, and I respect that a great deal. Ultimately, however, I think everyone agrees that public transit in the Bay Area is at or at least very near a crisis mode. No one disputes that. There is, I think, a very credible dispute as to whether SB 63 is the right way to address that. And I listen very seriously to those criticisms and those cautions. However, I have not heard an alternative path forward to addressing the crisis that we are either upon or now in. And because I don't see another way forward, I intend to vote in favor of joining SB 63. Now, I do think it's important to emphasize that, as already been said tonight, this is not the VTA putting a tax on the ballot. This is the VTA agreeing to be a part of legislation that will allow the voters to decide whether it should go on the ballot. And then, if you pass that gate, it'll be up to the voters to decide whether they actually want to pass that tax. So it's not this body who is putting an additional half-cent tax on the residents of Santa Clara County. It's joining part of a process. I don't think anyone loves SB 63. I don't think any agency is getting everything they want. This is a compromise. And politics is the art of compromise. I respect the process. I respect that we have gotten to a point where we are over really what is a multi-year process, right? I mean, there was a prior measure. I mean, we all know the history generally of how we got here. I respect that process. I acknowledge the crisis that we are in, and I do not see a better path forward. So again, I want to extend my thanks to those who got us here. I especially want to extend my thanks to my colleagues and other members of the public who have expressed caution and put up at least a yellow light, if not a red light, because I think it's important to have that out in the open, because this board and our staff need to hear that moving forward. And I hope that our legislators and the special district that will eventually be formed, assuming this SB 63 passes, have heard those comments. So with that, thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Director Kameh.
Thank you so much. I too want to extend my thank you to my colleagues who've spent hours and hours and hours, and to the staff who've been living and breathing this every day and will continue on doing this. We've come to a really much better place than we had previously. I previously shared my thoughts, so I'll keep this brief. At the workshop last week in terms of looking at the expenditure plan and looking at governance issues that are out there. So all I want to say is that the Visionary Network is really our best opportunity to fix up broken, the broken service patterns. And we really need this. We really need something that's much more comprehensive. I do have a clarifying question that I think I heard Greg mention in terms of the average deficit. And so the dollars that are in the draft expenditure plans for Caltrain contribution, that will only take care of the deficit. So there's really not going to be room for, we talked about enhance this and that, or making it different or more or whatever. That is only for the deficit. Did I hear you correctly say that the average deficit of $75 million would be is that correct?
Yeah, and just to clarify, if you go back to the purpose of the measure itself, as it's related to BART, Muni, Caltrain, AC Transit, it was really identified to address those deficits that they were projecting over the next several years.
Yeah.
So that was the primary purpose of trying to get something out there to ensure that service was maintained, and so that nothing was done to hurt the current ridership. And so I think the points that have been made, I'll just go on a little rant here, I guess. The points have been made by both Directors Turner and Mahan, I think are critical for us as VTA, but I think it needs to be heard by the region. We cannot assume that the deficits that have been put forward by all agencies over the next 10 years are simply going to happen. We as agencies cannot assume that those continue. We have got to do something to change what is being shown as deficits over the next 10 years, 14 years. So we have to do something about that. As it relates to Santa Clara County, we have the opportunity with this measure to, number one, address at least what I would call on a triage perspective, the deficits that we're projecting. I mean, we're projecting deficits over the 10-year horizon, but we can at least know that we can address whatever is in front of us for a relatively short period of time with this measure. And at the same time, providing us enough time to start developing those changes necessary to the business model and to the things we've got to do as an agency. So I think that's the opportunity that we have, that I don't know if other agencies have that opportunity or see that opportunity, but I hope they do. I hope they have the ability to see that the deficits can be taken care of in the short term, but how do we address structural issues that exist within our agencies to make sure that we are more self-sufficient moving forward?
Yeah.
So that's what I'm hoping happens.
Yeah, my suggestion was going to be, trying to think about a sustainability plan, because, 14, I mean, you think 14 years is, oh, that's way down there, It goes quickly, and before you know it, it's here. And to go back to the public and say, hey, I'm sorry, we couldn't take care of it, and by the way, service is not at the level that it should be, is not. So we have an opportunity here to actually do something that would help. So I think that it is the right thing to do, but I also think that we need to be a little bit more looking into the future and creating that sustainability plan, because without that, it's really hard to keep going back. And I agree with my colleagues that, with the different measures, who knows what else is going to be on the ballot. There is fatigue. There is fatigue. So I do want to thank everyone who's been involved, because, lucky you. But you've done tremendous work to bring us to this point. And I want to recognize that, because it takes a lot. It really does. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Director Sell?
I'm one of the newer board members on this board, and so when I was first presented with this, I was skeptical. Why are we doing this with a region far away when we want the money to stay here? But then along the way, I heard about the wonderful work that was done before last year and continued by my colleagues who are on MTC and this staff that put into motion negotiations with the authors of this bill to have return to source in there. I remember when I would look at staff and I'd say, is return to source going to be there? And it was kind of ambiguous. We'll try as best we can. And then we get a letter from Senator Wiener and Senator Armagon that says, SB 63, I quote, specifies that the Transportation Revenue Measure District has no ability to withhold the funds it is responsible for allocating, meaning the county transportation entities will get their return to source funds. And so I thought that was impressive. Going from just a few weeks ago, are we going to get return to source language solidly in the bill? And we weren't sure. But now it is there, and now we're going to, hopefully, with the memo that the chair and the vice chair put in the amendment of this, we're going to have hopefully, even more stronger wording to that. So I think that's wonderful. And I have, in my years volunteering in the schools, working on bonds and parcel taxes, I'm used to there being polling and there being wording in the polling and the polling in that wording matching the ballot statement, so that the wording that you use in the ballot statement is closely aligned with the polling. So I was just wondering how that would work in this case. I don't know if some of the things transit signal priority, if an average voter would know what that means. I know that they would know that we want to reduce congestion, those things that
the signal priority would do. So anyway, those are my thoughts, that in a normal process where we're working on a bond or a parcel tax or any measure, the polling language is aligned with the measure language. So hopefully that will happen in this case, and hopefully that will align with what we intend to spend this money on and what the voters in Santa Clara County, what resonates with them and throughout this region. And I am hopeful. We talk about that we don't want to be in the same position 14 years from now. And I guess I see a ray of hope from people talking about Caltrans investing in electrification and their ridership increasing heavily from last year when it wasn't electrified to this year it is electrified. So if we, as VTA, as Caltran, if we keep making those smart investment, I hope that we can increase ridership, we can increase efficiency, we can have innovation, which will make it so that we're saving money and we're increasing riderships. So that's what I hope for the future in this 14 years. And I am very supportive of this. Very talented staff, very talented board members on this board, and it's great that you're working well with the other MTC board members, and the senators are working with us. So it's just, it's that saying, it takes a village, and this is a very excellent village, so thank you.
Thank you so much. Director Candelas.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to take a brief moment to thank VTA staff as well as my colleagues on the board for their work, and I know their involvement has been really, really robust, and as well as our state legislative leaders for listening and responding to the voice of our board, and so it's very much appreciated. I won't belabor some of the comments made by some of my colleagues, especially the vice chair. But, you know, in the city of San Jose, my council district, which I represent, is home to a major county transit hub, Eastridge. And, you know, soon to be the home of the latest light rail extension at Eastridge. And as mentioned in the GM's report, we closed down Tully Road, and not much of a major issue, but I can speak to the importance of a robust transportation network and what it means to our residents. And in fact, that same Eastridge to BART Regional Connector, a little history, pulling a page out of Director Burt's book, was partially funded by a regional transportation funding mechanism. It was a toll increase. It wasn't a tax, but it was a toll increase back in 2018. So this opportunity is important, and you know, as I previously mentioned, we definitely have come a long way on this bill, and I really want to make sure that if we continue to be part of this, and hopefully, you know, we support this tonight, you know, we stick to making sure that we provide the maximum amount of reinsurance and ability of flexibility for us to be able to respond. And so I look forward to supporting the motion on the floor and following this bill as it moves through the last month of the legislative session and the legislative process for this and keeping apprised of this. Thank you.
Thank you. And ex officio member Burt.
Thank you. Well, I want to respond to folks who are concerned that this glass is a quarter or a tenth empty. And I think this prospect is a lot stronger than maybe we're fearing. Without this measure, we're facing Caltrain having a deficit that would reverse its progress. Be cutting $75 million from its operations would be drastic. We, as an agency, are facing 75 to 100, growing to $100 million deficit. Our staff has said they would attempt to address that deficit without cutting service. I'm not sanguine that that can happen. That is a big nut. And I'm concerned that we would have even more service cuts. With this measure, that we get to piggyback onto a regional measure where, yes, the original polling showed that we were a little less support in our county than other counties, but it's a 5-county regional measure. It's going to aggregate the vote in those counties. We will benefit from a stronger support in other counties. At a 50% measure, that we don't have a mechanism to have a 50% measure in Santa Clara County. We would again be trying to get a 2/3 vote. Good luck with that. But we will have, after our Caltrain contribution and after addressing our own deficit, we're going to have something like $150 million a year to do a combination of things. Our visionary network and whatever portion of that we want to do, and embracing changes that will bring new technologies in the future here and new efficiencies, which I think this board agrees is the necessary future for us to provide better service at lower cost. And I think all those things are the likely outcome from this measure. So I'm a little more positive about it than what I've been hearing from some of my colleagues, that yes, we do still have to work out the expenditure plan on this. But what we're doing tonight is not putting this on the ballot. It's supporting the legislature to pass legislation that will allow it to go on the ballot. Then we've got a whole another year and a quarter before voters would ever get there. So we have our work to cut out to do, but I think this is something that can take a very challenging and problematic situation and turn it into a real opportunity for our residents to benefit from not losing transit, but instead having better transit. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And I just want to make a few comments, wrap us up. I like others, just thank you to staff on all sides of this for all the work. Ryan, I'm not going to get all the names, but David, Sam, Greg, Beverly, Aaron, for all your work, Evelyn, Carolyn, for your leadership. Just everyone was put in countless hours on this, as well as staff at Caltrain, MTC, other regional bodies and agencies that I believe really listened and did the hard work of compromise and figuring out how to get to something that could move us forward. And I just want to end by thanking all the speakers, the advocates who have pushed this forward and have raised their concerns and engaged productively as part of these discussions. And I especially want to highlight the comment that was made from one of the public commenters who challenged us to think of transit transformation not as a cost, but as an opportunity in the legislation to improve our service. And the reason I want to highlight that is because that's the theme I hear coming up over and over in the comments among board members tonight. Within Santa Clara County, the desire to really transform and just bring to a higher level of service what we provide for our residents. I grew up taking transit. I use transit today to get to work, and so I really believe in the importance of what we do here and what y'all do on this board staff to connect our communities and keep us moving. And so I thank everyone for leaning on this, for the leadership, for the comments, and the deep engagement. And with that, we have a motion, and I will ask staff for a roll call vote.
Thank you, Chair. Abekoga?
Aye.
Abekoga, yes. Arenas?
Yes.
Candelas?
Yes.
Cohen?
Aye.
Foley?
Aye.
Jane?
Yes.
Kamei?
Aye.
Sell?
Yes.
Turner?
Yes.
Weinberg?
Yes.
Vice Chair Mahan?
Aye.
Chairperson Lopez?
Aye.
Motion passed unanimously, Chair.
Thank you so much. Thanks, everyone, for all your work and leadership on this. Thank you. With that, that brings us to 9 other items. Thank you, staff, for the presentation, for staying up here. 9.1, items of concern, referral to administration. Are there any referrals from colleagues? Yes, Director Jane.
Yeah, I have an item of concern. The joint VTA BART meeting on August 15th was canceled, and staff is working to reschedule that, but I'm just concerned that a lot of these BART meetings are being canceled, and when I spoke to Liz Ames today, she didn't know anything about the change to the maintenance yard that is being proposed. So I'm very concerned that we're skipping this joint meeting with the BART board, and the BART board doesn't seem to know anything about what we're doing here. So it's really concerning to me. And then I have 2 referrals. One is that, the Oversight Committee has this issues and requests tracking report, and number 1, which was from March of 2024, so well over a year ago, requested an org chart that outlines the hiring structure and consultants, along with the information about monthly costs associated with the consultant activities. I'm still waiting to find out the org charts for our consultants, to find out who's there. I'm concerned that some of the key players in their consultant teams are being shuffled around. They're hiring new people. I heard they recently hired somebody new at HNTB. And then there's another item, which was the placemat, the visual placemat that was going to display project expenditures and revenues that would be understandable to the general public. So I'm still waiting for that. That was also referred in March of 2024. So I don't know when we're going to get those, but those are very key to me. Thank you.
Thank you for those. We'll have staff follow up, and I do want to note that we're trying to find a time to reschedule the joint meeting as soon as possible. And that one was on me, as I had an unavoidable conflict come up. Your point is well taken. Any other referrals from colleagues? Okay. 9.2, any announcements from board members? If not, when we wrapped up our public comment earlier, I bet you're all pretty glad that we moved closed session. And with that, we are adjourned tonight. Thank you all. Appreciate it.
We will end the meeting for all. Thank you.